Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sahibjeet Kaur, and I will be your host for this fine day on behalf of BW Education. It is an absolute delight for me to welcome you to the fifth edition of the BW Engineering Excellence Conclave 2025. This grand day-long summit serves as a platform for reimagining engineering education by bridging academia, industry, and education. The theme for this year's BW Engineering Excellence Conclave is Advancing Engineering Education for the Future through Innovation, Sustainability, and Industry Readiness. The panel discussions will focus on some exciting themes around engineers driving the startup revolution, how AI meets core engineering, future work of building engineers with purpose. The day's proceedings will start with a keen look at the innovation for self-reliance. We are thrilled to welcome influential engineering university leaders, the enthusiastic audience, and the invaluable content that enriches the entire day's proceedings. How about we begin this way on a very positive note? Let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for everyone present here with us. Come on. Thank you. Let me assure you that was not a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. We will follow a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking discussions based on real-time themes. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could request everybody's kind, undivided attention towards the big screen, let's quickly take a look at the event AV. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 25 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 25 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for the event attendees. Our latest issue dives deep into the highly competitive Indian paints sector. Market leaders are recalibrating their strategies as margins come under pressure. The package has insights from industry giants such as Asian Paints, Birla Opus, Berger, Nerolac, and more. The issue also has a special package which ranks India's top engineering schools, featuring perspectives from leaders of top engineering institutes in the country. For more information, please reach out at the registration counter. Now, talking about the community, BW Education is a leading platform providing news, insights, and analysis on the Indian education sector. It covers a wide range of topics like policy reforms, school education, higher education, EdTech innovations, and evolving needs of the 21st century learners. It is an exclusive BW Business World community for the entire education sector that aims to engage students, parents, educators, leaders, policymakers, service providers, and affiliates with the education industry. Round the year, BW Education organizes events like BW Future Management Education Summit and Awards, the Engineering Conclave, Excellence in Education, EdTech Awards, Top Education Brands, and the very well-renowned 40 Under 40 Awards, and many more involving key stakeholders. Before we start today's summit, could I please request the team to kindly play the community AV? Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Engineering Conclave. Before I move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Presenting partner, ICF AIV Tech. Education partner, Manav Rachna University. Event partner, The Thick Shake Factory. Joy Travels Private Limited. Realty Plus. Exchange for Media. IWM Pulse, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, and Beanley Coffee. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that we've all put our mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Let's begin with the opening address. Joining us on stage to set the context for today's conclave and to deliver the opening remarks is the advisor at BW Retail World. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ved Shukla.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, on a warm morning, which is warm outside, but very cool inside. And thank you for being here. On behalf of BW Education World, it's my privilege and honor to invite you to the 5th year edition of Engineering School Excellence Conclave. All through the day, we will be having a lot of deliberations on the challenges and opportunities of where the education, engineering education is heading, and what are the changes which we are going to face. I mean, you are the luminaries and you are the experts in the subject matter, and of course you will throw light and will be all ears to listen to you. With the advent of AI, the world is, I mean, we all know how fast it is changing. But I mean, we don't even realize how fast, because I was listening to Deepak Chopra. We had the privilege of hosting him last year. And he is one of the pioneers in the mind-body medicine. And he was talking about the changes in the healthcare world. Okay, in the sense that he was saying that all the pharmaceutical companies may now look into digital ceuticals. Now, what are digital ceuticals? For example, the patients would be taught through and healed through videos, AI, VR, you know, and he said that it's already happening. So if there's a scar here, they put you take the patient and subject him to various virtual reality stuff, and the scar goes away. So, and it's already happening, that's what he said, okay? Now, I mean, these are crazy times, and what is the, because I was listening to Sam Altman yesterday in a video, one of his TED Talks, and he said that the maximum benefit of AI, the generative AI especially, of course, the other AI and the ML, is going to be in this, domain of science, right? So all the scientists are utilizing the power of AI to be more efficient, more faster, and create more technologies, more and more technologies, which are, increasing the quality of life. And he very interestingly said that, my children and your children, when they grow and they look back, they will feel pity about us, saying that, how tough their life was. Yeah. So that's how things are going to change, because they're going to have things so easy, right? Everything is in a touch of a button. You want to plan your holiday, you want to do whatever. So more and more tasks will be taken by AI, and will be more and more free to enjoy life. I mean, that's what the positive side of it is. Of course, there is the negative side, but overall, in this scenario, the engineering education is changing drastically, and that's what all you guys are here, and we are honored and privileged to have you here, who's on the curve of on the forefront of this change. So not taking much time, Dr. Anurag Batra was to be here, but he was last night in Bombay and he took a flight. He's in a meeting right now and he'll be here. So on his behalf and on behalf of Business World and the entire BW education team, it's my honor and privilege to have you here. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you.
India is the land of culture and traditions, and we believe in seeking the blessings of the Lord as we begin any auspicious occasion, very much like this one. Requesting the following to kindly come forward and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Please welcome Advisor, BW Retail World, Mr. Ved Shukla. Please put your hands together as we welcome. Allow your welcome, come on. तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता, तालियां टैक्स फ्री हैं. Please welcome Sonal Goyal, IAS, Secretary, Government of Tripura. Please welcome the Director at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Professor Kishore Kamal Pant. Please welcome Director, GL Bajaj Institute of Technology and Management, Dr. Preeti Bajaj. And I'm not religious, but I do feel that it's customary for everyone else to pay their respects. Could I please request everyone to kindly stand for the next 30 seconds? Thank you. Kindly be seated. Thank you. Well, we love to commemorate special moments very much like this one. Could I please encourage everyone to kindly join in for a quick picture? Thank you. And now, if I may once again request everybody's kind, undivided attention towards the big screen on the stage, let's quickly take a look at the partner AVs.
School is a burgeoning hotspot for engineering experts, offering disciplines. Specialization programs are offered delivery, placement assistance, and centers of excellence by industry and knowledge workers provide access to advanced resources and insights into the latest industry trends. Visit these micro spaces research and innovation support to fuel your engineering dreams. Source and center ensures that you walk out with soft skills and weekly internships are the cornerstone of standing of the chosen field. Offers the holistic approach towards providing the academic experience of a lifetime has brought much deserved recognition to the school. Like areas of the base cup, challenges are educational for us. As our alumni and seniors have quite popular. Changed with their hearts set on formal education, articulation agreements, and universities, students to complete the second half of the degree at their campus. Your engineering aspirations take flight at the School of Engineering and Technology at Institute of Research and Studies. In the heart of advancing technical education lies a name synonymous with excellence. School of Engineering at Manav Rachna University. Real-world exposure and immersive hands-on experiences are the hallmarks of our meticulously crafted AICTE approved and MBA accredited programs. In our classrooms, project-based learning takes the center stage, fostering innovation and nurturing critical thinking skills. When our students graduate, they hit the ground running. Eminent industry and knowledge partners actively contribute to curriculum advisory and design, delivery of lectures, providing placement assistance, and bringing industry insights, all of which strengthen the learning experience. Our state-of-the-art labs are a testament to our robust endeavors in bridging the industry-academia gap.
School of Engineering at Manav Rachna University is a learning hub where we collaborate, educate, innovate, and elevate. Basis the market trends, we continuously upgrade our curriculum. And from this year onwards, we are offering specializations in generative AI, electric vehicle, chip design, other than interdisciplinary programs like robotics and AI. The industry linkage and with the support of strong faculty base, we are enabling good placements. This also aligns with the 4 pillars of I, which are Industry Connect, Internationalization, Interdisciplinarity, and Innovation.
Centers of Excellence established in collaboration with industry and knowledge partners offer access to cutting-edge resources and a deep understanding of contemporary industry trends, ensuring that you stay ahead of the curve. At the School of Engineering, everything we do is centered around your career success. Our employability augmentation initiatives are designed to equip you with in-demand skills that employers truly value. From mandatory internships to guaranteed placement in TrueChip, we ensure you are industry ready. What sets us further apart? We are proud to be the first Google Cloud-enabled digital campus in North India, giving you hands-on exposure to advanced tools and technologies that define the future of work. Alumni have been engraving their names in globally acclaimed listings like the Forbes.
Being a part of the School of Engineering has truly been a transformative experience for me. The focus on hands-on learning, cutting-edge labs, and industry collaborations have shaped my academic journey in ways I never imagined. The active student chapters with ASME, ISRI, NEPTIL, and others offer the access to a vast professional network and gives an opportunity to work on collaborative projects.
Our commitment to this holistic approach, weaving together academic excellence, hands-on experiences, and esteemed partnerships, has garnered well-deserved acclaim for the school. Welcome to a future where your aspirations find their wings.
And this brings us to the first keynote address for the day, to talk about innovation for self-reliance, engineering education in context of AI, climate change, and geopolitical shifts. Joining us on stage is a leader, a change maker, and an IAS officer of the 2008 batch. currently serving as the Secretary to the Government of Tripura, and has recently authored a book, Nation Calling, a holistic approach to UPSC civil services examination. She has dedicated over 16 years to transforming governance and empowering communities through visionary leadership, and has spearheaded initiatives in rural development, women and child welfare, urban governance, digital transformation, health, and sports. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Sonal Goyal, IAS Secretary, Government of Tripura.
A very pleasant good morning to everyone. Namaskar. All the respected dignitaries present in this very special conference organized by BW Business World. I'm extremely delighted and honored to be amongst the very esteemed and I would say distinguished audience today. Myself having got the opportunity of kind of serving in one of the remotest parts of the country, Tripura, and then also working in Haryana, and right now I'm in Delhi. So all these years, definitely, I have seen the important contribution which our engineers have been doing all throughout these years. And it is not only in the infrastructure, it is going beyond. Recently, we saw Srimati G. Madhavi Lata. Everybody read about her. Everybody read about the story of her resilience. How India has, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, how India is trying to becoming a world leader. And when we talk about India becoming a world leader, it is not possible unless and until we empower our citizens. And when we are discussing about empowering our citizens, it is also very, very important to kind of bring that change in terms of connectivity, in terms of access of resources, in terms of access to education and everything. So, recent example of the inauguration of the Chenab Bridge, which is the world's tallest bridge over the bed of a river, that shows what kind of planning, what kind of execution our engineers are contributing to development of this nation. So my congratulations to all the engineers to whom specifically this conference is dedicated. And my congratulations to the BW Business World team for organizing symposiums, for organizing discussions and dialogues on empowering our young generation on all these themes which are very, very important. Before I begin to delve on my topic, I would definitely like to speak on innovation for self-reliance. How can we kind of re-engineer the education, re-engineer the engineering education in the context of the climate change, in the context of AI, in the context of geopolitical shifts, which our country is very much part of. So before I begin, I would like to pay my humble tributes to Dr. M. Visvesvaraya, whom we know is a person whose birth anniversary is celebrated as the Engineers Day, National Engineers Day in our country. Former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, whom I have always followed as my mentor, even though personally I could only see him once in my lifetime when he visited my college and I was doing my graduation way back in 2002. He came to SRCC, Sri Ram College of Commerce. And that was a time when he, as the President of India, he visited, and the imprints which he had on us as students, they are truly remarkable. Sir always had this belief and faith in the power of youth, Yuva Shakti. And in one of his speeches, he actually had said that as a young citizen of India, empowered with energy, innovation, love and passion for my country, I realized that having a small aim is a crime. They are very, very powerful words, that when one is saying that, I realize that having a small aim is a crime. So definitely we, the citizens of this proud country, none of us can aim to have a small aim, small dream. And that is why role of each one of us becomes very, very important. Last month, few days back, India saw how India retaliated and how India stood united against terrorism through the precision strikes, through the retaliatory actions under Operation Sindoor. And do we think that it was kind of a spontaneous thing or it was not planned? Even though I have not been a part of this, but as an administrator, I can very well say that a lot of planning, lot of minute detailing, day and night work must have gone before that attack on the midnight of 6th of May was planned. And why it was necessary? India definitely cannot tolerate the acts of terrorism. The Pahalgam terror attack is condemnable. We lost 26 lives, innocent lives. And the way this terror attack was executed, it is a shame on humanity. Asking the religion of the victim and then murdering them. India, whether it is Operation Sindoor, whether it is Chandrayaan, wherein we have now India reaching up to the moon after definitely some failed attempts. But all these show that we are arriving, and therefore it is very, very important that each one of us, how do we contribute? That is very, very important. I am myself not from the engineering background. I belong to a kind of a corporate profile. I shifted from corporate sector to civil services with the passion of serving the nation and society. CS, LLB, I did work in the corporate sector for a brief time, and then I started my preparation, and then I shifted. If I remember my time of working in Tripura way back in 2009-10, my first posting was as SDM Ambasa subdivision, which is a primarily tribal dominated subdivision in district Dhalai. So when I joined that subdivision, first of all, I would not hesitate in saying that things were actually difficult for me to adapt to. Born in Delhi, having the native place in Panipat, Haryana, never stayed in the hostel except Labasna, Masuri. And then after selection into civil services, after getting, in fact, ranked 13th in the batch, and even kind of shifting from the corporate sector, and then you are getting placed there. I very well knew that there will be a lot of challenges, but then what came to me, I took it as an opportunity. And why I'm mentioning the example of this subdivision is that there were few paras. Paras we saw in the we say in the local language is the local tribal hamlets where the tribal population stay. So those were the time that because of the issues of connectivity, you had to travel like 8 to 10 to 12 kilometers on foot, because the geographical area is like that, that there are river streamlets and rivulets, as we call charas. In Bengali, we call them charas. So you have to cross those charas to reach up to those habitations. And the population which is staying is like 200, 250, not big one, small hamlets. But as a part of administration, it is our duty also to reach up to these people, because they are in general not able to come to the subdivision office or even to a block headquarter. Maybe they are not aware of, or maybe they feel it is not necessary. So when we reached there for my first camp in Maldapara, I could see that the village is having school, it is having an Anganwadi center, it is having a PHC, it is having a veterinary center, but all of them are kind of not working. Why they're not working? Because the staff which is posted there, they're not able to commute daily. How do we expect them to commute daily like this? Like for me personally, it became kind of challenging. It was interesting, but we could do because it was like once in a month or twice in a month we are doing. How we expect every day somebody who's posted there. So what we did was that I tried and speak to the BSF outpost commandant, because Tripura has the longest border with Bangladesh and India. So I requested the BSF commandant who was posted there, and they were very much helpful. They allowed their barracks to be used by the officers who were posted in the school, the PHC, the Anganwadi center. And then they used to stay there for 5 days in a week and then come back on weekends and then go back. So after 3 or 4 months of this kind of an exercise, when we again visited, I could actually see that yes, there is a lot of change, and at least the basic services are getting available. And now from 2009, if I talk about 2025, I really don't think so that any village in Tripura is not connected by road. Whether it is the national highways, whether it is the state highways, or it is the Employment Guarantee Act, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, or whether it is the central or the state PWD departments. So this exercise over the years has ensured, and it is not only in Tripura, now you visit different parts of the country, you can see the way we are having connectivity improvisation. Even the airport at Agartala, that was earlier only a very small kind of a cabin kind of a structure in which hardly 2 or 3 flights used to operate, and from Delhi there was no direct flight. And now it is the international airport, and we have direct connectivity not only from Delhi, from different other cities of India. So this is the role of our engineers, this is the role of our policymakers, this is the role of our legislators, this is also the role of the officers who are posted in these areas. So when we are talking about India trying to achieve self-reliance, India trying to become Atmanirbhar Bharat, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, he has always kind of believed in the power of youth, and there are various schemes and policies which are promoting even the small startups. And India is now becoming a country which has the highest numbers of, one of the highest numbers of unicorn. I don't know the exact ranking, but yes, I was reading some report. I think it is in the top 6. So this is the innovation. And when we are talking about engineering education, when we are talking about re-engineering education, one thing is also very important, that there are a lot of innovations now coming up. Everybody talks about AI, artificial intelligence, everybody, even the AV visual which was being placed from the Manav Rachna University. I have been posted in Faridabad in 2016-17 when I was in Haryana. And I know the founder members and the family of Manav Rachna University. And I also have got opportunity of visiting the campus of Manav Rachna University. The way, not only this university, even other higher education institutions in India, because as part of my passion, I also visit colleges and universities across to interact with the students. I recently visited IIT Roorkee, various Chandigarh University. Last week I was there. So the way now students have their ideas and innovations, I think that is par excellence. And what can be and what could be the role of AI? It can be like transforming your healthcare sector. It can be transforming your education. It can be transforming the way even the administration is working. Robotics, space, intelligence, even police for that matter now is using it. But then what is also important is that there are various, I would say, cautions which are associated with this. And I am not an expert on this. Frankly, I even don't use ChatGPT for that matter, because I feel that let my brain be working till the time I can use it. So there are issues of ethical concerns. There are various dangers also associated. So this is also for young generation to understand that whatever tool and technology is available to us, it has to be used in the right way. We cannot do away with our system of ethics and integrity in the age of modernization. Sometimes, there is always a discussion on hard work versus smart work. So everybody wants success very easily. जल्दी से कैसे हमको कैसे प्राप्त हो, any shortcut. मैं सिविल सर्विसेज के एस्पिरेंट से भी बात करती हूँ. अभी कल ही प्रीलिम्स का भी रिजल्ट आया है for the 2025, and now the students will be appearing for the mains examination. There's always a thing going in their mind, the younger generation I'm talking about, that how do we have success immediately? Is there any shortcut? Few days back, I was watching this movie, Three Idiots, with my kids. I'm sure most of you must have watched it. So one very important takeaway dialogue जो उसमें आमिर खान के कैरेक्टर का है, and he is telling his friends कि सक्सेस के पीछे नहीं, एक्सीलेंस के पीछे भागो. If you have excellence, success will come to you automatically. कामयाबी के लिए नहीं, काबिलियत के लिए मेहनत करो. अगर आपकी काबिलियत डेवलप होती है तो कामयाबी डेफिनेटली आप अचीव करेंगे ही करेंगे. So friends, therefore this is important that we have to understand that yes, all these tools are available to us, but then we have to use them with morality, we have to use them with our ethics, and India is actually becoming a Vishwa Guru. So any Vishwa Guru cannot have a shortcut. This is our motherland and we also owe an equal responsibility. The next important component which everybody now speaks is climate change. Climate resilience. Delhi as a state, from last 2 years, the area where I have been residing in the Lutyens, it is experiencing floods, urban floods in Delhi. I don't know how much you all have read about this, but please do read. Last 2 years, 2023, 2024, in the month of June and July, there have been floods in Delhi, in the Lutyens area. Why? One very important reason is definitely this climate change, or what we call global warming, which is happening around. Right now, the northeastern states of our country, you read the reports, Assam, Manipur, they are also having floods. Something definitely is due to the nature, something is due to the topography, something is due to the geography. But when we are talking about the temperatures rising up, or when we are talking about monsoon getting erratic, when we are talking about the landslides, when we are talking about heat waves, why all of this is happening? Each one of us has to understand that, yes, can there be a solution? Can the engineers think about having the idea of homes which are kind of heat resistant, or which have some kind of a inbuilt coolants, so that the utilization of ACs reduce, the consumption of air conditioners get reduced? I don't know, like I am totally novice in this field. But these are all, like, we keep on reading. There are research papers also published on these. So can there be some solutions? Can there be some innovations? Can we adopt more green technologies? Can we have transport? When I was in Gurugram, the GMCBL, the Guru Gaman City Bus Service, all the vehicles which were procured, definitely that was before I joined there, that was by the earlier officer. All the officers were electric vehicles, EVs, EV buses. So earlier in India, there was this notion ki how electric vehicles will work. And now we are seeing how this is getting adopted all across. And definitely we need more such models being adopted, more such innovations which are cost effective, more such innovations which are sustainable, which are affordable. How even a household now thinks about not buying a diesel or a petrol car, how they have to be kind of attracted towards buying a EV vehicle, or even a CNG is a comparatively a better option, CNG vehicle. But then how many of us are using that? So this is a kind of an exercise that India, across all the dialogues, all the discussions, 2 years back, India proudly hosted the G20 presidency. We saw how the world leaders from different parts of this earth, they came to India, and there were symposiums across different cities, and it was not only in the metro cities. It was even in tier 2 cities. Agartala hosted the symposium on science and technology in April 2023. Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, it hosted the vertical on education, women empowerment, the G20 vertical on women empowerment. So these discussion, and also there was one vertical which talked about climate change, and the New Delhi Declaration, which was adopted after the completion of this symposium, that is also available in public domain. We can see that climate change, climate resilience is a common agenda which has been adopted across by all the countries which participated. There can and there should be even more cross-country partnerships, cross-country linkages. And how can we learn from each other? That is also very, very important. The third thing, which I thought I'll just briefly touch upon, is the geopolitical shifts which our country is experiencing. One thing I mentioned in the initial remarks, Operation Sindoor, how India is proving its stand. And we have seen there are many countries which strongly stood with India. When the world was under COVID-19 pandemic, there was this, what would I say? There was this entire lockdown, there were crises, the cry for the vaccination. But even during those times, India, believing in this philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we under the vaccine Maitri, we supplied the vaccines to various other countries which needed. So is this not a moment of pride for us that yes, we have achieved independence like 75 or so odd years back, and now we are reaching up to a level we are not only developing our own self, we are also trying to empower the other countries. And therefore, when we are talking about this global geopolitical shifts, it also talks about empowering ourselves with technology. And engineers definitely have a very, very important role to play, whether it is agriculture, whether it is irrigation system, whether it is preparing the farmers, how they can protect their crop. Because still, India lives in villages. We are in Delhi, but the percentage of population which is staying in the rural area is still more than 50%. So these are also the area where we all need to think, we all need to collaborate. Software, digital, everything is very, very important, but also important are the issues ailing the rural part of the country. And when we are talking about the digitalization, Digital India Mission, few years back it was launched. And now we are seeing, as part of administration, I myself have seen so many changes in the way administration is delivering services. Earlier, for getting your certificates, for example, the birth certificate, your land records, your even death certificate, if a family needs, one would have to visit the office of the registrar, STM, BDO, Tehsildar, and then only you can get the certificates even after rounds of follow-ups. And now under Right to Service Act, most of the state governments have all this data which has been digitalized. The land records are available online. You can apply online for all these certificates, and the Right to Service Act mandates the time frame within which the service needs to be given by the officer concerned. And if they are not able to give them, there is a system for even followed by the higher authority. Last year, in the month of November, I visited London for an international conference, and I was interacting with the students at the University of Westminster. And when there was a discussion on this story of digitalization, one student who was from Sri Lanka in the audience, he actually asked me that, ma'am, we have heard about UPI, we have unified payment interface, and then everybody is using this. Is whatever written in the media about this, is it genuinely true? So I said, had you come to India sometime, maybe this question would not have arisen, because whether it is a rickshaw puller or whether it is a vendor who is selling coconut water, everybody is having a bank account linked with the Aadhaar, and you do not need to carry even a credit card or a debit card or cash. Nothing, only your phone is sufficient. And see the number of transactions, the scale of transactions which is happening on a daily basis. Friends, countries like Singapore, 50 lakh population is equivalent to population of Tripura plus Nagaland. I can very well say, because I have visited these areas, and the quantum of population which our country is catering to, despite all limitations, that actually is becoming a case study across the world. And engineers, policymakers, legislators, administrators, everyone has a very, very important role to play. And now coming to how can we re-engineer the education? That is also now a very, very important thing which is being discussed. NEP 2020, the National Education Policy 2020 has also kind of laid this emphasis on shift from rote-based learning to concept-based learning. How we should promote the conceptual learning or the clarity for the students. Teachers are advised to adopt such methods. And when we are talking about re-engineering education, we have a very important role, whether it is the institution or the university, whether it is the professors or the directors, the faculty members who are present there, even the parents, they have a very, very important role. Why? Because we just don't need to build, talented engineers. We actually need to groom them to become innovators and leaders. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट क्या है कि हम एक नागरिक कैसे अच्छे बने. And we are also seeing how, like last week, there was a discussion in the group. There was a social media post shared by one senior officer in the group of Haryana. And this statistics was on the pass outs from IIT Kharagpur. And the placements which the students from IIT Kharagpur are getting across. So more than India, they are like going abroad. So this is also a cause we need to think that till how long we would be allowing our talent to migrate. It is also for us to kind of ponder and think, how do we have those opportunities for them? And also it is also responsibility on the job seekers to think, how can they become job creators? It is not necessary for everyone to join a company. Everybody has some talent. Just identify, and we definitely need more entrepreneurs. And engineers, doctors से sharp brain कहीं मुझे लगता है नहीं होता है. And if I talk very crudely, जब स्ट्रीम सिलेक्शन की बात होती है 11th-12th में, तो जनरली ये ट्रेंड देखा जाता है कि जो सबसे मेरिटोरियस बच्चा है 10th में, जो लगता है पेरेंट्स को 9th-10th में अच्छे ग्रेड आ रहे हैं, इसको तो साइंस ही दिलवाएंगे. जो एवरेज बच्चा है उसको कहते हैं भाई तू कॉमर्स पढ़ ले, और जो लगता है बच्चा की ठीक है पढ़ाई कंप्लीट कर ले, उसको बोलते हैं ह्यूमैनिटीज अडॉप्ट कर लो. एटलीस्ट मेरे टाइम में मैंने यही देखा है. Of course, there are variations. Some people who are in the top, they still want to go to humanities. And some people who are very good in their mathematics, but they will shift and they will take psychology in their graduation. So, ये जो divide है, ये जो distinction है, this is also getting blurred. And important वही है that we do what we love. Then only we would be able to sustain what we start. I actually would share my personal experience that 11th में मैंने science लिया था. I started with medical because I had felt कि मैं उस सेक्टर में जाऊंगी and I will work. But then मैंने जब पढ़ा 15-20 दिन के बाद ही मुझे इंटरेस्ट नहीं आया. I thought कि no, I won't be able to sustain this. Even though marks जितने भी बायो के टेस्ट हुए, marks मेरे उस टाइम में भी ठीक ही आए, क्लास में अच्छे मार्क्स आए, लेकिन then I shifted and I shifted to commerce because at that point of time only I realized कि no, this is not for me. सो फ्रेंड्स, ये भी एक पॉइंट है कि ये जरूरी नहीं है कि आपने इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशन ले लिया है तो आपको मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर में एडमिशन लिया है तो आप वही करेंगे. If at some point of time you realize that no, your destination, your manzil is somewhere else, there is no harm in shift. But that shift has to be very calculative. That shift has to be a rational, well thought of decision. It cannot be a random kind of a decision. And therein also comes the role of the faculty. Therein also comes the role of peers, the mentors. How we are guiding the younger generation to take challenges in their lives. Unfortunately, even the students of IIT, the students of higher education institutions, we are seeing the reports of depression. We are seeing the reports of even suicides. How painful it is to hear these stories. How traumatic it must be for the parents and the family. So why to reach up to that level? Why to reach up to that stage wherein you are giving up from your life? It is not required. If you are not achieving this, shift. There are many options available. And also one very important thing which I feel still needs a kind of change, I would say, is the percentage of women who are entering into engineering, the percentage of women who are entering into medical. Last week, I was interacting with one UPSC topper, AIR 53, Ms. Shivani Panchal, who is from Haryana, Panipat district. And she, in her interaction, she said that, ma'am, she did her graduation from BTech from NIT Kurukshetra in Haryana. And she actually said that when she was selected in her batch, there were only 5 girl students. Only 5 girl students out of the entire batch. And this is recent time. 2000, I think 22 or 23, I think 2022, she graduated from her BTech. So just think over that. These are the recent statistics, recent data. India definitely needs more women, more daughters like Professor G. Madhavilata. We need more women to lead in science and technology. We have seen how Chandrayaan mission was led by women scientists. And it is also very, very important that we give equal access of resources in terms of education, in terms of opportunities to our girl child. The people who are present in this esteemed audience, they represent different parts of the country. You are working in industry, you are working in academia, you are working in the IITs, you are working in big corporates. All of you have a lot of scope to contribute to these causes. Government definitely is doing its job. It's trying to do whatever best can be done. But also the corporate social responsibility or the public-private partnerships, they are also very, very important. So just think, how do we have more engineers coming from the rural areas? How do we have more engineers coming from the women counterpart? How we have more women representing the boards? How we have more women, entering into leadership profiles of all professions? These are all things when we are talking about India becoming a Viksit Bharat. So India cannot become a Viksit Bharat if the women counterpart are not given a due share. And it is not only that 8th of March, the Women's Day, we need to discuss about this. It is all throughout, every day, we have to devote time that what is happening around us and how can we contribute. So for the engineers, these symposiums are very, very important. What is important more is that how do we innovate? How do we innovate to cater to the local problems? How do we have solutions which are sustainable? How do we have solutions which are affordable? How do we have solutions which can be adopted in daily lives. That is, I think, the beauty or the strength wherein lies your roles and capacity. So dream big and build deep. Built deep and built sustainable. That is very, very important. And we should never forget that what we are aiming for. We are all aiming for contributing towards scripting nation's growth story. And I'm sure with the potential, with the capacity of each one of us, we are definitely going to contribute our part towards scripting nation's growth story. And before I conclude, I'm just reminded of a very beautiful poetry by Mr. Prasoon Joshi that I like to recite with you all. मेरी धरती मुझसे पूछ रही कब मेरा कर्ज चुकाओगे, मेरी धरती मुझसे पूछ रही कब मेरा कर्ज चुकाओगे, ये अंबर मुझसे पूछ रहा कब अपना फर्ज निभाओगे, ये अंबर मुझसे पूछ रहा कब अपना फर्ज निभाओगे, सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की ये देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा, सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की ये देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा, ये देश नहीं मिटने दूंगा, ये देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा. So every one of us has this capacity role, and engineering education, re-engineering education for India becoming self-reliant, for India becoming an Atmanirbhar Bharat, for India becoming a Viksit Bharat is definitely a dream, is definitely a goal which we can achieve. And I'm sure with everybody's contribution, we would have bounds of development coming forth. And I would again like to thank the BW Business World team for giving me this opportunity, and my best wishes to the entire team. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
I do understand that this is quite early in the morning, but how about we bring up a very enthusiastic chair for the first keynote address of the day. Please give it up for Ma'am. Come on, everybody. All right, could I please encourage everyone to kindly stand? Please make sure that your hands are empty. Everybody, yes, yes, everybody. Now, I like to believe that once we have the opportunity to be in a hall somewhere like this, with the intellectuals and the stalwarts of the industry, we must focus on each and every session that we get to witness. So can I please encourage everyone to let out all the negative energy. Please, after me. Yes, after me. Come on. Fantastic, fantastic. Now let's clap our hands together for the next 30 seconds. That prompts the blood circulation, pumps more oxygen to the brain, and we stay awake. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. Now, this was the rules for me to get an applause for myself, and hence prove that you all are very capable of giving out big applauses. This brings us to the next keynote address, to talk about Code to Company, engineers driving the startup revolution. Joining us on stage is the Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Please put your hands together for Professor Kishore Kamal Pant.
So very good morning to all of you. And after listening to Ms. Sonal in a quite allied way and giving us the ways, right, how the science and technology in total should move. And Madam has already asked us to relieve all the whatever the negative things, right, whatever the kind of depressions we generally feel when we talk about how science and technology is moving up and what are the major challenges which we have to address for our future generation is very, very important. So coming to the context of the talk, if you look at this code to, right, company. So when you talk about code to company, something which ma'am was also talking, ideas to innovation and innovation to investment. And this is nowadays new motto, new theme for new education era. So already NEP 2020 has come into the picture. All of you know that. And Where is this system? Yeah, this side or this side also. This side. Ah, fine.
Want to do
Perfect.
here?
Perfect.
That's for you.
Thank you very much. So when we talk about this ideas to innovation and innovation to investment, lot of things are to be right in picture. Why we are here? I thank the business world for organizing this session, and I thank all the distinguished personalities, those who are sitting of the dais to listen to me. The thoughts of the day when you talk about, right, in total, that Viksit Bharat 2047, what we aim and how science and engineering education should change, because now it is not the engineering. I always call it STEM, and STEM is something like that, where you talk about science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and that mathematics last M is mathematics, management, and money also. Because engineering education or any kind of education at the end we'll look at in terms of the business. And now this business, when you talk about, opportunities are there. And this will start when you think in terms of, as I said, ideas to innovation. So when the young student, they come to the class, now it is not a classroom teaching. The classroom teaching has totally changed now. And the tools like what ma'am was also talking, I think we have to include artificial intelligence, virtual lab, and augmented reality in our teaching approach. So pedagogy has to be improved now, and how AI tools can be used in the education is very, very important. All of you must observe, observe those who are in the education, that nowadays the students have a different kind of mindset. Everything is available in the Google. Why will they listen to the teacher? We have to make that thing as a challenge. And Carnegie Mellon has done that study. Several other organizations are also doing this study, that after 10 minutes, when you explain something in the classroom, that the students, they get diverted. The reason is obvious, right? If they feel the class is boring, then nobody will, or nobody would like to sit there, or they will start with the mobile. So we have to make the changes. Some case studies have to come there. Some topic has to be changed as per the need, or maybe a kind of relaxation session, anti-stress session, and these are also need of the education. So when you talk about Atal Tinkering Lab, this is where the right ideas to innovation, and the government has given us the opportunity to revamp our education system. So with this concept, when you see that, how the startups are coming into the picture, that is very, very important. Every institute, or in terms of not only one institute, I will say a team of the institutes, it may be national level, international level. I think the collaboration is the need of the hour, and that is also we need to look at. So it means the education system, whether it is 10+2 level, medical, engineering, or any branch of science engineering, I'm saying, because we have to club the team. One branch of science or one branch of engineering is not giving you these kind of startups. We have to give the knowledge of engineering, which may be in terms of mechanical, because everybody is thinking in terms of the computer science and IT. Friends, we have to change that mindset. We have to change the mindset of our parents also, because everybody looks in terms of the package, short-term package or long-term package. You have to understand that. What is our responsibility towards the society is very, very important. And I think I always tell my students also that give them a message that how can you make the society happy, right? With your knowledge, with your education, that is more important, and that is the key to success. And this is, I think, we have to train them in that way. And this is what we talk about, a kind of technical foundations, right? This is very, very important, because they are learning the engineering, but they have to learn the other branches of science engineering. And that's why the curriculum has given you major degree and the minor degree. And then make a team, build a team, and then think for these kind of, right, innovative studies and bring it into the concept. So something where the education system, you see, is totally changing in terms of the innovative skills. Several brainstorming sessions are required, discussions are required, and kind of stress buster things are also very, very important, because this is a very, very important that we have now in terms of the wellness centers. We need more and more psychiatrists in the institute. This is also a challenge. I think new courses, something like when we talk about Indian knowledge system, our heritage value, our culture value, where the people were enjoying the life. They had a family culture. They were connected with the society. Now everybody is working in isolation and just thinking in terms of the money making. And money is not the key to the success. Money is not making you happy. That message has to go with the every individual student, and we have to train them. So they have to understand these kind of practical things like analytical thinking, problem solving approach, technical adaptability, and finally the case studies, which is a connectivity with the industry. So every course should have some component that if this is being taught in the day one of the class, why this course is important, why this, in what way this course would be helpful either to the society or to the industry at large. Because we have to promote the hardcore industries also. So we have to tell them that use this AI tool, use these tools of machine learning, AR, VR, right, in the program so that it will be helpful to the society or it will be helpful to the industry at large. So when we talk about society, already, you know, women empowerment, child education, and sustainable agriculture, climate change. Temperature is increasing, right? Global warming is impacting. Glacier melting is an issue. Heavy floods, rains, these are the changing trends which are coming up because we are generating the waste. We are not able to manage that waste, e-waste, plastic waste, and all the landfills which are now coming up. That is to be resolved. I think that is also very, very important that every engineer has to find a solution, or we have to find a solution as a team. And this is where I think the practical problems are very, very important. Rather teaching them just the bookish knowledge, that is not required for the future. So for that, applied research is very, very important. So fundamental, now we don't encourage the publishing the paper, we don't encourage the patents filing. Impact of the research is very, very important. And we should not run for the QS ranking or an IRF ranking. That is also very important because we are always running toward the realistic world. We always just quest for that. I say that do give your best, right? If you are doing hard, working hard, if you are giving your best, automatically you will be doing the excellence, what ma'am was also talking, and your ranking will automatically will be improved. So practical knowledge and the case studies and those kind of, right, ideas to innovation, right, and innovation to investment, that should be, I think, our motto. And we have to tell them, every young generation, that think in that way, right? And there may be several challenges also. So failure is also part of life. 100,000, which I'm saying, the startups which are there, only 10% or even less than that are successful as of today. That is also a kind of practical training, a kind of, right, strength to the mind. They have to learn that failure is also a part of learning. And once they are failure one time, definitely that path should not be repeated. And this is what we do in the research also, publish articles, because one has done, somebody has done, the other has to take it to the next level and learn from the failure and take it to the next level. That is also very, very important. And finally, we can talk in terms of the market driven, that is the need of the society. So basic need is just like if you talk, I always tell this, HAWA nexus, which is nothing but food, energy, and water. This is the basic need of the society. But are our education, or through our education, are we able to solve these problems of the globe, right? The water scarcity, every part of the rural area, still they are deprived of the potable water. This is the global problem. Same thing in terms of clean energy, everybody is talking, right? And what I say that you talk in terms of that, how much food, what kind of nutritious food is being provided. I think this is the basic need. And we have to, through our knowledge, through our science and education, we have to understand that how can we do all these kind of things. So startup integration, whether it can be a small scale, it can be through a mobile app also, like just like for the agriculture area, an example, we developed, or our student developed this mobile app, which can measure the climatic conditions, soil properties, and then give the farmers the idea what kind of, right, the agricultural land that should be cultivated, what kind of crops should be there, when the fertilization should be done, how much water is to be used, because management of these things are very, very important. And this is where I think through science and through engineering, we can do this. And we have to talk a complete, right, when we talk about the education, meaning that theory to practice and crafting engineers for the tomorrow, which is very important and need for the future. So when you talk about, right, this transition of technologists and how to make them entrepreneur, this is also very important. So first year to second year, how they take it, that's what the Atal Tinkering Lab does. And most of the universities have now the Atal Tinkering Lab. And now there is a way also, if the university or institute doesn't have, they can connect themselves with the other. And this is where the multidisciplinary education and interdisciplinary education and credit transfer system, all these facilities have come nowadays with the National Education Policy 2020. So one can study in A institute, and for 6 months he or she can go to B institute or the industry, learn from there, and then come back and do the study. And the most important thing is that the vocal for local is very, very important. So ask the student to connect with the community. Ask the student to go to the nearby industries also, right? Industry may be small, but even if you are able to solve their just water management problem or how to run the system efficiently, solve a pump problem, I think that saves the energy, that improves the productivity, and that is where the building the confidence between the industry and academia. This is also need of the hour. So I think every student should be asked to visit the industry or the society or the community and find out in what way they can take the challenges. And this is where we talk about bridging the skill gap, because it can be, right, whatever the small problem, if they're able to solve, the student will also get the confidence, and then they will move to next level. So coding is just the beginning, right? It is just what we talk about the infant levels. And then from there, how we can build the products, that's very important. Quality of the product, very important. And how can make it marketable, that is business model. That's why I said that the M component of STEM has the mathematics, management, and money. So this is where M cube is very, very important, because if you give them some idea, the industrialist definitely will come, because when he or she has the idea that this has the revenue, just like e-waste, you see, the e-waste is coming up in a big way. And India imports 100% of all these kind of minerals, critical minerals. If this problem can be solved, if we are able to recover all those metals and then refurbish it to the system, that's also very, very important. And these are the areas where the young generation should be told that they can work, and there are plenty of opportunity for the business. So this is something, right, when you talk about the execution and experimentation, which is nothing but the experimental mindset shift, perfecting technology and validating the need. That's very, very important. And then whatever the specifications are there, and then just take this as a challenge and find out the solution. And this is a teamwork, not the individual work. I think we should promote these things. And then, of course, the managerial or management skill, whether business and leadership skill, that's very, very important. And this is also the part of the learning, that as a team, everybody is the leader there, right? And leadership does not mean the bossing. Leadership is the man that how beautifully you are able to communicate your language so that others should understand. So that's also very, very important. And we should give some of the examples like Narayan Murthy, right, and Bhavesh, and there are several, right? In India itself, we can give the message that they have to not seek for the job after graduation. Rather, they should know that how they can be a person or they can be an industrialist, that they should be a job provider. So give them the habit of that through startup, develop the business, and then be a job provider rather than a job seeker. And this is what we tell our students also at IIT. So, right, the India startup is taking up in a big way. A lot of startups are already coming up, and there are a lot of opportunities also. So we need to take the advantage of these things now, because the education system has revamped, and how this can be taken to, right, to the next level. How? Because Make in India concept we are already giving. We are talking about that by 2047, India will be third largest with $10 trillion economy in 2030 itself. So I think this is where we have to encourage the students. Then in India itself, there are plenty of opportunities for the business, and they have to find out that in what way the indigenous technologies can be developed by doing the translational or transformational research through their education. And I think these are the need of the hour. So we also have a lot of Section 8 companies, lot of these incubation centers like Tides, I have, right? And more than 240 startups are running in the campus. And we are just, right, connecting ourselves with the national as well as the international organizations. So when you talk about the ideas, right, into real world process, our ideas into innovation and then look for the investment. So there are some challenges also, right? When you talk about the difference between invention and right innovation, all of you know that, right? Something which is already available in the right in the reality, and that can be taken to the next level. And this is where you talk about, right? So you need to take the invention to the innovation and select this innovation into the right where this becomes in need of the hour, where the right industry can be developed, where the product can be right, the production can be made, and that is where I think the innovation is very, very important, and that is idea to reality when we talk about. So untapped lab innovation, there are many things, right, which have not been taken. So that can be taken as a technology transfer. There are several, right, companies, NGOs, they are available nowadays who help for this also. And they talk about, right, the startup approach also. So mentoring is very, very important. So your alumni, your other, right, successful examples are available. So some brainstorming sessions, some kind of, right, hackathons are to be arranged. And that is where I think the code to the industry where we can talk about can be done. So industry academia collaboration is very, very important nowadays, because earlier days, the education academic institutes are working in a different way. Industries are working because industry, they had a mindset that why we should go to the academia. What is the advantage? Because unless you talk about a business model, you know, but fortunately, now the funding agency like Department of Science and Technology, ANRF, there are plenty of things where the projects, when you submit, there should be an industrial partner. And this is also one of the now advantage that every project has the industrial partner, and then there is an interest, mutual interest between the industry and the academia and the research scholar, and then there's an advantage that, right, this can directly be helpful to the industry, or there can be another industry, right, or new technology which is coming up can be used. So technology transfer, and then when you talk about this gap which is there, this is now bridging. So startup ready outputs which are venture capitalists, a lot of things are there, and I think we need to take these also, right, as an advantage, right, for the future. And that can be, I think, through education and the academia collaboration, these the gaps can be bridged, and we need to find out the stepwise process. And this is where the idea can be converted into real world problems. So education, I'm not talking in detail of this, but you know already, right? The national education policy has given everything now. The flexible curriculum, internship, multidisciplinary education. So the problem of the student where they were thinking only for the computer and IT, right, as a branch, when they go for these written exams, now this gets resolved. Because if somebody is doing, say, in a area of this PTech program, which is main program, but if he or she feels that he wants something on computer also or artificial intelligence, he can do additional credit on those, right? After third year, yeah. So he will get 2 degrees. One is the major degree, and the minor degree. So this is how the opportunities are available, and it can be multidisciplinary, because multidisciplinary is the need of the hour, right? So the different department like artificial intelligence, you are talking, right, big data analytics, all these are the part of curriculum of every branch of science and engineering. And this is the need of the hour, right? Startup hubs, right? Innovation hubs. So these are also nowadays, every institute has that. And we have to understand that this entrepreneurship mindset should be developed, right? Venture capital. So of course, if even then the 10% out of these, right, students who are coming to the campus, even the 10% of that are going to the startup levels or some of their own industry, I think the job is done. So this is where we have to inculcate this kind of mindset among our engineers or the younger generation, and skilling, reskilling. So that's again very, very important, that how industry 4.0, right, robots, how these will be helpful, right, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and their role in industries, because you know automation in healthcare, right, very, very important nowadays. So how the healthcare products. So now that's why the engineering and medicine, both the medical science, both are joining hands, because healthcare products are to be developed. For that, the engineering is required. Robotic surgery requires the engineering knowledge, and this is where I think the kind of science and engineering and the other branches which are coming, right, together, that's very, very important. And sustainability is very, very important, because when we talk about sustainable society, we have to understand the community readiness level. So technology may be successful, technology may be ready for the business, but unless it has the complete life cycle assessment, that is we call cradle to cradle nowadays, cradle to grave analysis we call, so life cycle analysis we call,
So unless the technology is acceptable by the community, I think this technology should not be transferred. This is what the several government agencies now or several ministries, they have the joint hand, and then any technology which has the community acceptance level, it means low carbon or green technology is very, very important. So we have to find out that how can we do that is zero water discharge, zero waste production, and then develop the products and technology. This is the need of the hour. And then young engineers, budding stars can do all these kind of, right, whatever the issues which are connected with the problems, they can resolve those issues. And I think we need to work on that. And this is global alignment because world is changing exponentially. The growth is exponentially, and we have to follow that exponential graph, right? So when we talk about 2047, doesn't mean that only we are progressing, other countries are also progressing. It means we have to make our changes exponentially, then only we can be the third largest, the third developing country if we are talking. So that also we have to think that how the world is changing, and then accordingly we have to make our speed also. So this is where classroom to creation, and this is what the motto of the education, that right, education should be executable, and how it can be used for the societal happiness, that's very, very important, and we have to give that message to everyone. So this is very important, whether it is undergrad or postgrad, right, or master. So all these what you say, right, RISE is the theme, that research, interdisciplinary research, societal connect. So problem for the PhD students also, research problem should be connected with the society or the industry, right? And enrichment of the practical knowledge. I think this is the new curriculum which has given that kind of, right, when you talk about the code, right, and take it to the industry. So this is very, very important that our research should be at par with the industrial need or the societal need. This is what IIT at IIT Roorkee we are doing, right? A lot of these activities, I'm not going into detail. So Rethink is again a kind of student developed center, right? And they are developing the idea. So every year, generally, we have, say, when the students come, we just take to the tinkering lab along with the mentors. We just make them free and ask them to generate the idea. They bring ideas. Out of those ideas, we have a hackathon. So we shortlist 50 ideas, and then we invest money for them. 15 lakh we just pay, right, to that team if the ideas are successful. And then we connect with them with the industry. And then our tides and I have, right, they help them. And this is how, right, we promote that kind of, right, entrepreneurship skills among them. Then we have a design innovation center, right? All these facilities are available. And this is where I think we need to do how the changes can be made. Capacity building is very, very important nowadays. So sometimes we talk only for the technology, but if you look at, right, very many ITIs are there, many diploma institutes are there, and industry, right, they have the manpower. But with the change of the time, there is a need to make them aware about the changes which are, say, artificial intelligence. So many maybe who are not aware of this, how will this work, right? So for that also we have to train them. So I think there is a need to have the capacity building program or capability building program. These are also very important. And I think the government is supporting for this, and a lot of corporate social relation funds are also there, and they, right, promote this kind of activity. So off and on, we should do these kind of training programs also, right? For faculty, already there are, like, you must be knowing about this, right? Which is called Malvi Teacher Training Program. So now a kind of leadership skill which is being developed. And similarly, these kind of capability and capacity building programs are being done among them. So patents, right? Ideas, when you have, you can patent it, right? So IP cell is also need, very important. So all these things, right, when you talk about, we have to give them that kind of training. And empathy, right, not the sympathy, empathy, persistence, risk-taking ability, all these things are also should be trained to all the younger generation, because now it is a kind of business mind, that how the, right, engineering knowledge, which is just earlier days for getting the good grade and looking for a job in a kind of corporate sector or a kind of, right, the Google, Yahoo, which is of the order of 1 crore, but now the things are changing, right? So we have to give them that hardcore industries are also equally important, and they have to go think for that also, and revenue will automatically come if they have that kind of idea, they have that kind of thought process and business skills. So this is where I think we have to understand, because every student has a different kind of skill. We have to understand. right? This is what I think the Tare Zameen Pe or Three Idiots, all these movies have also come. So I think we have to learn that what kind of skill. So make them free. Don't restrict them that go to computer science only or IT. This is also, we have to train to the right kids, right, and their parents also. Because this is where the at the 10th onwards, we have to tell them that whatever is their choice, as per his or her choice, we should ask them to study. Don't restrict to medical or engineering. And these are not the revenue basis, but basic science courses are much more revenue generating, like humanities, commerce. These are much more wider application nowadays, which is coming, and all of you are aware of that. I think we should train it to the parents, those who are not connected with the mainframe, also in rural areas, right, village areas. I think we have to train them. So this is also a kind of right entrepreneurship cell, because every institute has that. So we also have this at IIT Roorkee. So where we train the students, right, a kind of right that how this will be used for their right a kind of startup, how to generate that kind of startup mindset, how much fund will be required. So all these trainings we connect them with the industries also, with our own alumni also. So this is also need of the hour. So this is an annual hackathon, and we just invite from the industries also, we invite from other engineering college also, and then we have these kind of what you call like Shark Tank and all these brainstorming debate on selected aid, and that is also need of the hour. So all these things, right, I'm not talking in again, but Divya Sampark, TIDES, Continuing Education Center, Design Innovation Center, Rethinking, where we train our students, right, they take the help from these. And these are some Section 8 companies also, which are also helping them. And Section 8 companies are supported by other ministry, government, or some industries, which are right, maybe in private sector. So they support the funds for these. And these, right, when you talk about the startups, the funds are through CSR, funds are through the different government bodies also. And then the work can be done. And that this is where the right. So we have now more than 300 startups with this TIDES and IHUB, which are associated with the IIT Roorkee. And this is Aarti is another where we are talking about automobile right sector. So e-vehicles versus other kind of right, the hydrogen-based vehicles. So this is where right, Divya Sampark, TIDES, IHUB, they are connecting with the researchers, innovators, and this is all the kind of activities which is being done at IIT. And the idea is that investors, entrepreneurs, industry, all these are connected through this kind of hub. And this is a hub and spoke model, and we work together with them. Technology readiness level, when we talk about, is very, very important, because generally TRL3, TRL4, right, were the very common in the academic stream, but now how to take it to the TRL9 is very, very important. And then where from the industry can come. So you have to tell them the business model to the industry, that what will be the payback period, what is the profit, and what is the investment, and what would be the raw material. All these things are very, very important. Just 1 minute, please. So this is where I think we need to do. So just to conclude this, when you talk about idea needs the engineer's founder, not just the engineer employee. We don't want our engineers to go for the job. Rather, they have to develop something which is either for the society or for the industry, and let them work right for their own entrepreneurship skill development, take that kind of risk, and then when they come right successful, I think that India itself will have all the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we are saying. So we need to build a stronger ecosystem. That's very, very important. We need to build this culture of innovation, because little bit risk-taking capability should be there. And parents should also encourage the younger generation. For 1 year, they can go wherever they want, and then think, and if this is successful, okay, otherwise change your right path. So this is where, and policy, right, public policy and all these things are also coming up in a big way. I think the public policy, regulatory boards, all these are also required when we really want that this should be successful. So I'm just stopping myself here. This is the beautiful building of IIT Roorkee, right? 1847 it was established, 178 years old now. So we are number one if you look at in terms of the establishment of engineers, right? Engineering institute. So number one in the Asia, number two in the world in terms of this institute. So I invite all of you, whenever you have time, please visit here. Thank you very much. If you have any question, you can mail me also, right? Or right, we can discuss it during the break time. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
That was quite informative. Are we having a good time? Fantastic. This brings us to the next keynote address, the topic at hand, reimagining engineering education, bridging academia, industry, and innovation. Please put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor at the ICFI University, Dehradun, Professor Dr. Ram Karan Singh.
Good morning, one and all here. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Business World Education for giving me this opportunity to speak on a very short notice. Yesterday, I got a call from my head office, ICFI Society, Hyderabad, that tomorrow morning you have to be there in Delhi to deliver a speak in this particular gathering. First, I was a little bit reluctant, thinking that tomorrow I have an international conference which we are organizing, where we got 1,300 research papers from 20 different countries. Out of that, 900 research papers were desk rejected. So we will have a presentation of 200 research papers, online and offline, for next 2 days. So I was thinking how I will be able to reach to this gathering, but I decided no, because if the society has called me, ICFI Society is having 11 universities and 9 B school in Pan India. And Dehradun campus is the nearest campus to Delhi. So any such events happens, I need to give the my presentation to the Delhi related activities. So really, this is a great opportunity for me, and the topic given is a very close to my heart: reimagining the engineering education, bridging academia, industry, and innovation. And I have been given only 10 minutes time to speak. So without spending much of the time, I should directly come to the topic. Reshaping the engineering education is very, very important. And I also wish to discuss previous 2 keynote speakers and the opening address by Dr. Anurag Batra and Madam Sonal Goyal, and followed by Professor K.K. Pant, Director IIT Roorkee. They have given a quite comprehensive idea on the entire theme of the 2 days deliberations. I shall be touching in a very certain specific aspect of reshaping the engineering education for the future country like India. It's very, very essential. So while I was traveling from Dehradun to Delhi, on the way, we were seeing the board of universities like Core University, Quantum University, and then I was thinking about the name of all these universities. Core University, other time we were there in a meeting, we were discussing core branches of engineering. If you see, the civil engineering by which IIT Roorkee is the known most important campus of the country, and Professor Pant was telling that this campus is as old as 100 years plus. And initially it was known more for as a university rather than IIT. IIT, it has become recently, and its founder director, Professor Prem Bharat, with whom I was working very closely for past 10 years or so, he used to talk about this transition journey of converting the IIT Roorkee as a university campus to IIT campus, how challenging it was. So presently in the present context, the kind of the new knowledge which is evolving globally, the core branches has not become relevant. And if you see, lot of the admission has gone down in the engineering colleges in the core branches, like civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. These branches are in the verge of closure in so many colleges and universities around the country. So do you think the content in these branches which are there are not relevant for the society? Is there is a lesser construction of the building? Is there is a lesser construction of the bridges? Is there is a lesser construction of the highways and metros? So why there is a necessity of the civil engineers are not there? We should ask this question. This is a very genuine question need to be asked. Why everybody is running behind the computer science without bothering what kind of the job they are going to get? And the technology like AI which is coming, even the coding can be done by the AI tools. So where the coder job will be there? Where these computer scientists will go? These are the bigger questions which we should ask ourselves, and how we should reshape the engineering education so that it can sustain in the future is the bigger question. For example, way back in 1985, when I used to be a student in BITS Pilani, I was the topper in UP board, so I got the opportunity to study in BITS Pilani, and I completed my 4 degrees from there. Dual degree, which I got in 5 years, masters and BTech, along with masters and PhD, and then I became a professor in BITS Pilani. And then I got the opportunity to work globally nearly 15 years in all major continents. And I came back to India and joined a vice chancellor position in Dehradun campus of ICFA University. So whenever I compare the Indian education, I always compare the global education. We have adopted the US Accord 10 years back, thinking that we are going to convert our engineering education comparable to American education and the Western education. We have brought into the new education policy NEP 2020, which is the major best academic practices has been taken from the American education system. Like all the programs should be converted as a 4 years degree program. There should be a semester system. Should be a GPA system and CGPA system. There should be academic bank of credits so that lateral entry and can be taken care of. Multiple exit re-entry options can be taken care of. Lot of academic flexibility can be brought into. Lot of academic autonomy can be brought into. These are the major pillars of the new education policy 2020. So we have the major challenges of how to implement the new education policy in the country, keeping in mind the maintaining the relevance of the branches which are becoming obsolete. I remember whenever I used to study the survey as a civil engineer, that time we typically use the theodolites, tachometer, plane table survey, and so on. And when I progressed and researching in different countries, including USA, Japan, Europe, and working in different universities, I nearly used to satellite imageries for the spatial and temporal modelings. I remember I used to work on the GCM model. I also written the report for IPCC climate change. I worked in the group of Dr. R.K. Pachauri, who was heading the IPCC team in Delhi. In Terry, I was there for 4 years. So we used to write on the GCM circulation model. Even he got the Nobel Peace Prize for the IPCC committee. And I was having the opportunity to work with him and so many daily sustainable development summits, sustainable development summits. So gathering vast knowledges in the different paradigm, I strongly feel the education system of engineering branches should be revamped to make the relevant for the future demands. The same time, we are talking about the skill-based job. We are talking about the unemployment problems in the country. And we are talking so many other issues without addressing the major concerns of revamping and reshaping of the engineering education. All these branches need to be there. All these branches are relevant, and their practical use will be there only and only if we are going to revamp the courses and deliver the courses as per the need of the 21st century knowledge education requirement. I remember couple of weeks back, I was there in IIT Roorkee to assess their research infrastructure on behalf of NABET and Quality Council of India, Government of India. I visited to different labs, which Professor Pant was just talking right now, to assess what is the research infrastructure of IIT Roorkee. Under the STEM scheme, we have prepared a portal for the country as a whole, where the rare experiments which are not available in the different institutions and the universities, under STEM portal, they can, research scholar can register themselves and can go and do those experiments on the affordable price. That is the whole objective of the STEM portal. But I wonder how many of you are aware with this? How many research scholars are aware with this? How many people are getting benefited out of this? These are the challenges for the country. Many a time we are talking about the quality research just for fetching the good grade in the accreditation like NAC and so many other national accreditations. You might have also seen what are the things happened in the NAC accreditations in the recent past. Will these things will improve the education quality in the country? No. If we are working for the quality parameters, we have to work in the real sense. We are talking about the interdisciplinary research. We are talking about the multidisciplinary research. We are talking about the transdisciplinary research. Did we have created a right kind of the research ecosystem for this kind of the things? Do we understand the meaning of multidisciplinary research? Big question mark. All the promoters who sets the engineering colleges and the universities, first they should understand what is the meaning of multidisciplinarity. What are the programs they should brought into? For example, way back in 60s when Birla ji has opened, Ghanshyam Das Birla ji has opened the BITS Pilani campus in Rajasthan. That time he collaborated with the MIT USA, world #1 institute of this world, with the vision that BITS Pilani will be the #1 institute of this country and in the world. This was his vision when he opened that particular institute. He directly collaborated with the MIT. MIT professor used to come in BITS Pilani campus to teach the courses. They designed the courses. They have designed the university-industry linkage programs, and they have implemented those things in the real sense. That time our UGC and the higher education of the various states, they were not understanding the meaning of even what is the dual degree all about. What is the integrated degree all about? Even I was wondering as a student, how it is possible to get the 2-degree MSc as well as BTech in 5 years. There is science behind that. Now IITs are also running dual degree programs. And IITs are also running integrated degree program, which came after BITS Pilani. Now the UGC is able to understand 30 years, 40 years later, what is the meaning of dual degree and integrated degree. Now they are talking positively about this. Otherwise, they were also raising the question, how come you can give 2 degrees in 5 years? The idea is simple. For BTech degree, for MSc degree, the foundation is same. So you can save the time. In teaching the foundation courses, you need not to repeat those things. These kind of the thinking, visionary thinking processes need to be brought into the place while we are designing the program, while we are designing the educational policies, while we are adopting the best educational policies, while we are opening the engineering colleges, while we are opening the universities. First, we should brainstorm for a couple of years what we are willing to achieve for ourselves and for the country as a whole. Then we should lay the foundation to establish the institution and the programs. Then those ideas last long. If we are opening these kind of the educational setups just for the monetary region, they will not last long. Why Pilani campus is not disappearing and growing day after day? Now they have 6 campuses in the country. They started with 1 campus in the Pilani. And all campuses have the similar kind of the quality. For that matter, even I give the credit to the Manipal group of educations, MET group of educations, SRM groups, and VIT groups. So many private institutions are coming which are the future for this country. And mind that 90% of the education system in the higher education system is given by the private institution in this country. They are the future for the country. So whenever we are talking for the policies, reshaping of the courses, reshaping of the programs, reshaping of the best academic practices, we should do this kind of the meeting, we should do this kind of the gathering, brainstorming. We should see what are the best practices are there around the globe. Like me, everybody is not there in the audience who got the opportunity to work globally. Not only NAC and NIRF, I work for the ABET. So before joining as a Vice Chancellor, I was there 6 years in the King Khalid University in Saudi Arabia. They follow the American education system. They follow the ABET gradations. They spend 9% of their GDP in the education sector. You ask this country how much percentage of GDP we are spending on the education, less than 1%. So there is a lot of scope to invest in the higher education system. Talking this kind of the things will not bring the quality in education in the country. Anything need to be listed black and white. It should be brought into the practice for the better quality of the education. And I am very happy to tell that present gross enrollment ratio is close to 25%. And by 2030, we are aiming to make the gross enrollment ratio of this country close to 50%. This means 1,200 universities which are there in the country, including central universities, state universities, private universities, need to be doubled in the times to come. So all kind of the infrastructure also need to be doubled. Faculty, teaching staff, professors. Sometimes I feel very pity, very sad while I sit in the interview panels and interview the faculty members. Sometimes days after days interviewing among 30 to 40 applications, 1 or 2 candidates we find relevant. This again raises the question of the quality. If we want to become a Vishwaguru, if we want to become our educational as part of the Western education, we have to go long way. We have to invest a lot on the quality parameters. We have to work very hard in these areas. So now coming to some more important points, like challenges related to integrating the 17 SDG goals into the higher education. 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which are indices for the development of a nation. If we are able to integrate those practices in the higher education, we are going to address so many problems related to future, including climate change, poverty alleviations, green technology, green energy, energy efficiency, per capita income, and so many other things we can address in the times to come. So there is a challenge how we can integrate the 17 SDG goals in the higher education. Other day I was discussing in the meeting where the UGC chairman also there, NAC director was also there, NCT director was also there. The same question I raised and I was seeking the answer from the policymakers. But I am not waiting for the answers. Rather, this I have implemented in my university. More than 100 plus PhD research scholars who are working in the university, we have advised them, we have guided them, we have mentored them. Whenever you are selecting your broad area of research, select in a manner so that at least one SDG goals you can address. And I am very happy to tell that 124 Scopus research paper which came, 90 of the papers are addressing the SDG goals. So this is the innovative ideas by which we can address so many things in the higher education. So respecting the time, I close my discussion here, but this topic is very close to my heart. We can have a conferences on this topic. We can have the workshop on this kind of the topic. We have day-long discussions. And I'm very thankful to the business world for organizing this event and giving me the opportunity to talk. Thank you so much.
Perks and additions are usually quite enjoyable, but not when it comes in the terms of time. So I must encourage all our future panelists and speakers to kindly strictly adhere to their allotted time. There's a timer right up here in front of the podium. This brings us to the first panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic at hand is careers, adapting to the future of work. Join me as I welcome our esteemed panelist. Please put your hands together for Principal at Amrita School of Artificial Intelligence and Computing, Bangalore, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Please put your hands together for Dr. Gopalakrishnan, EA. Welcome. Up next, joining us on stage is the Vice Chancellor, Netaji Subhash University of Technology, NSUT. Please put your hands together for Professor Anand Srivastav. Thank you very much. Joining us up next is the Chief Human Resource Officer at Interface Microsystems. Please put your hand together for Deepti Mehta. Up next, let's welcome the CHRO at Transition India. Please put your hands together for Charlene Manik. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Joining us up next is the Vice President and Head Enterprise Fisher Data Management, HCL Tech. Please put your hands together for Ashok Madan. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for the COO, Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, IIT Delhi, Mr. Tarun Chaturvedi.
Hey, hi. My name is not Tarun Chaturvedi. My name is Amresh Singh. I represent General Electric. I lead human resources for General Electric. Vernova in India. Tarun was on the panel. For some reasons, he could not join us. So I apologize on his behalf. Let it continue with this.
I will
We are
be
already.
completing my job. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CHROGE, Mr. Amresh Singh.
Thanks for that introduction. How are you doing? It's been a long morning. I'm sure you're tired. A lot of inputs to you, and in the middle of the afternoon, we request your attention. I'll try to make it as short and as interesting as it can be. Very proud to have our esteemed panelists. It's a mix of academia, and the industry, and a very special mention to the professors from the academia. But one thing is really important. You might have missed it. This I discovered in the morning, so I want to mention it. Our friend Ashok Madan, he's heading enterprise fresher cadre management. So actually what he's doing, he's the one who is trying to integrate everything that comes from academia to the industry, and he works for SCL. And it's a very interesting thing he's doing. We'll start straight away, and this particular thing, the particular space, ecosystem of industry and academia, there's a lot of things that have gone through over the years. It has moved from hiring to some MOUs being signed across to participate to visits to the university, and then it has gone to creating curriculum, which is helping the industries along. And we'll hear the views from our esteemed panelists around this subject. I'll go straight away to the first question, and this goes to Professor Anand. So Professor Anand, just to have your view on, you see there's this lot happening around the traditional engineering areas, and with new domains of climate tech and space tech coming in. How do you see that you prepare these students, not for their first job, but for multiple things that they go through their career?
Can you hear me? Is it working? Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, panelists. So the question is, how do you train a student for the last job? See, student has about 35 years of working. It is not that we train him for the first job, because it works. It's working. Closer, yeah, okay. So, as I was mentioning, student has about 35 years of working, lifespan. And we need not train only him for the first job, him or her, because during the journey, he's changing the jobs and he has to quickly adapt to a new job. So basically, we have to train them for the last job. Now, how do we do that? The technology is changing very fast. There was discussion about AI. We had large language models, basic AI, then large language models, and now large reasoning models and whatnot, DeepSeek, all those technologies, rapidly moving very fast. And academia cannot catch up. So there is a gap between how the technology is moving and what academia is teaching. And he mentioned about two sectors, space and climate, yeah. So if I take example from space, a CubeSat. It's a very small, satellite, which is low Earth orbit. It's about 10 centimeter into 10 centimeter, 10 centimeter. And you add these satellites, these CubeSats, to make a bigger satellite. Now, if you want to design this satellite, you require knowledge of computer science. You require knowledge of electronics. sensors, IoT, telecommunication. So you require all. But what we teach is maybe one discipline, right? The second example which you mentioned is climate. So if I take one example from this, urban mobility, smart urban mobility. So you require knowledge how the traffic is moving, how do you optimize? So some mathematics is required here. You require some details with the pollution. So basically you require information from different disciplines, right? So we need to somehow train the student so that he is able to learn, relearn, unlearn, and relearn a new topic. So this is what we have to teach. So for doing this, we need some basic, things we should do in our curriculum. So let us start with curriculum. So we should have, some core courses. Of course, you have to teach some core courses, right? But we should have more of electives and MOOCs, massive online courses, because the institute cannot have, expertise in all the areas. So you should have, MOOCs or micro credentials or nano degrees or nano credentials. These are small modules in different areas, which are made by some very learned professors, which a student can take as elective during his course. So depending on the interest, he can make his basket of courses, which will include core courses as well as courses from MOOCs or micro credentials. So this is one way. The second thing is pedagogy. We have to also change our pedagogy approach. Now I need to teach him some metacognition skills so that he's quickly able to learn a new topic. Suppose he's changing the field and he has to learn a topic. We need to teach some skills so that he's quickly adapting to the new topic, right? So we need to include all these courses in our curriculum. Then the third thing is assessment. How do you assess a student? Right now, he appears for exam, gets some credits and marks, but I think it has to change. The assessment part has to change. We need to ensure that what he has contributed beyond the formal degrees, what kind of projects he has done, is it making an impact to the society? That system thinking, making a project which is useful to the society. So you have to make a portfolio, and based on that portfolio, you have to assess the student. The next thing which all universities should do, I think there was a lot of discussion earlier also, to have a good incubation studio or incubation center. All my lab should be a living lab. If anybody wants to try any idea, he should get that opportunity. Some ideas will click, they will be converted into companies and some big companies and things like that. So we should have that environment of incubation center within the university. The next thing, currently our educators or teachers, they are not trained for this. They also need training. Right now they give lectures, grade the students, but expectation from them is now different. We want them to be coach, help the students in realizing those real world problems or solve those real world problems. So let us not take a degree as a product, but learning as a journey. That concept has to change. So we have to change from control. We don't have to control the student. From control to engagement. We have to engage with the student. From rigidity to agility. We don't want their curriculum to be very rigid. He or she should be given flexibility, agility, right? And third is from power to partnership. You have to work along with the students to achieve some objectives. And so these are my initial thoughts. Maybe I'll come again in between. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Professor Raman. So from a degree as a product to learning as a journey, from moving from control to coach, such a nice thought. So Dr. Gopal Krishnan, if you can say a few things, what is Amrita Institute trying to do around this space, trying to create this?
Good afternoon to all. So thank you very much for the opportunity. So basically, I will just add on to what Professor said. So we need to move from something like a content delivery, mere content delivery, to capacity building. And also you need to break the silos of the disciplines. Like, for example, if you take climate science for that matter, as he correctly pointed out, it is not just one discipline. You need to know mathematics, you need to know physics, you need to know management, you need to know AI, you need to know sensors. So now how do you practically implement it? So one such project that we do in Amrita, I will just very quickly explain about it. So incidentally, it is named as Living Labs. So wherein our parent organization, Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, under the leadership of our Chancellor, Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, they have adopted 100 villages in India. And our students, the interdisciplinary group of students, go there, stay there, understand the problems of the villagers, and develop technology-based solution. So now this group of students will not be from just one discipline, but they will be from various disciplines, starting from engineering to management. And interestingly, we have seen that even our international partners are interested in this. So that is one way of giving an opportunity to the students to directly go to the field and understand the problems and develop the solution. And just to add one more point is like, how do you bring in the flexibility in the curriculum? Is the NEP allows you to do that by way of bringing in minors, by way of bringing in micro credentials, as he rightly pointed out. So starting from the very beginning, I may be doing a major in mechanical engineering, but I should have an option to do a minor in computer science, or even it should go beyond. I may do a minor in economics. So it depends on the breadth of your university. So if your university has that much spectrum, then definitely it should offer.
Thanks. And Doctor, if I may ask you, how do you future-proof the engineering workforce by anchoring learning, which is not just in tools, but the mindset, adaptability, the problem-solving availability, the listening skills, etc.?
I think it's a very, very relevant question, especially when we are talking about the disruption that the AI brings, which is the greatest disruptor. So I always think that if some of you at least maybe or might have watched the Batman series, so I feel AI is past something like a Batman. So because he is actually a hero, but somehow or the other people misunderstand him as a villain. So similarly here, what happens is that when we are focusing, when our focus is shifted to tools, then of course it is creating a crisis. But if we see deep, what is really AI, it is nothing but mathematics and physics. So how we need to train our students is we need to train students in the core concepts or fundamental concepts, as he was pointing out in his answer, like systems thinking or creative thinking, problem solving. So these are the core skills that they should develop. So one example that we can take is like all of us know that a very popular large language model suddenly lost its base because of a new entrant, and nobody expected such an entry. And if you see how they developed it, so everybody was going after increasing the hardware capacity, whereas the new large language model, actually they focused on the software concepts as well as bringing something like changing the very nature in which you are training the model. So what it means is that it is still relevant for you to focus on the foundational skills rather than looking at the tool. So I feel we need to move from a tool first, problem second approach to a problem first, tool second approach, because the tools could change. So as we have people from all ages here, so people might have started learning Fortran. I think many of us might have learned Fortran, and then now people are talking about Python. But your basic skills to code, that remains the same. The algorithmic thinking remains the same. So I feel we need to focus on the foundational skills and shift the focus from the tools to a problem and bring in learning agility, as he was pointing out, and also bring the ability for the lifelong learning, so that the student is not going to think that my graduation is my end point, rather than viewing it as an end point. It is actually a springboard, because the major crisis that we are facing now is like earlier, if I learn for 4 years, it is for 40 years. But now even if I learn for 40 years, it may not stand for 4 years. So we need to bring that change is what I feel. Thank you.
Thanks, from tool first to problem second, moving from problem first to tool second. And you're so right, you don't do 4 years engineering for next 40 years. Actually, you learn every day and every day things keep changing. One of the person in our panel is actually living this, Mr. Ashok Madan. If you can help us understand how it's happening at SCL.
I think I would thank both Professor Anand and Professor Gopalakrishnan. I think they have all, touched these are very relevant points. And I will summarize this in just one line. I think the way they are tweaking their ways of teaching and curriculum is basically it's adapting to the Gen Z style of learning. Because today's these Gen Z, I think if you can understand their psyche and adapt to their style of learning, it's done. You don't need to teach them technology at all. You just need to coach them and make them learn how to learn. I think that is the most important part. They are very tech savvy. They are very, very fast in learning technology. Majority of us sitting here, if we have a problem with our mobile phone, we go to our kids. They know much more than that. And they have not gone through any formal learning on that. I think that is the way. And we have to give them choices on what they should learn and let them decide what is best for them, rather than putting them into a cube and making them learn something. That is one. Second is, one thing which we are doing now for the freshers we hire. We are bringing all the freshers to a classroom, which may sound a little bit historical because everyone is moving toward online e-learning. We are bringing them to a classroom. We are making them sit in that classroom for 3 months. And we are teaching them very, very fundamentals and basics, but we are making that learning very, very fun oriented. Every day during this, it's a 6-day learning, 9 to 6 packed in the classroom. Every day they have 2 hours of theater-based workshop. We have hired theater artists to do that. And the agenda of the theater-based workshop is campus to corporate transition. I think that is what we need to teach them, because these are Insta generation. They will just write all these slangs and the smileys and all that even in the email communication in the formal corporate thing, which will not be acceptable. I think we have to teach them in a very funny way. If you just point it out, they'll question you because they have ability to do that, and they don't bother whether you're senior or junior, your parents or son or daughter. They will question you. I think you have to teach them in their way of learning. That is the way we are doing it, and making them realize what is required when they transition and how to learn technologies, what we teach, because technology is changing at such a fast pace. We can't blame the professors or the academia for that. I think even they will not be able to keep pace about it. That is the only way we will do it. And that after this end of 3 months, we give them very formal assessment of all the things which they have learned. And believe me, these assessments are all open book assessments because we allow them to use all the chat GPTs of the world. If the tools are available, why not use it? I think that's the way. If you can be more productive by using the tools available freely, please use it. But give me a solution. So as he rightly said, if I give you a problem, you should be able to curate an algorithm about it. If your algorithm is correct, solution is very easy to hold. I think that is critical thinking, algorithmic thinking. I think these are important things which you should teach them. Technology they can learn on their own, whether it's through MOOCs or through Udemy's of the world or Skillsoft of the world. Enough sources are available to them.
Thank you so much. Let's move to some thoughts from the industry. This is to Charlene and Deepti, both of you. Is it time to move from curriculum-centric education to experience-centric models?
So good afternoon, everyone. So it's been great to be here in front of all of you. So look, I feel that this is the right time for the academia to rise from curriculum-centric education to experience-centric education. And I'll tell you the reason why. In fact, I share a stark reality with all of you. You know, as per the business standard, how many engineers that India produces every year? Any vague idea? And please don't Google right now. I'm sure you'll get the answer. So, yeah. So, okay. So as per the report which has been published by Business Standard, it's 1.5 million engineers being produced by India every year. And to my surprise, when I was going through the report, only 60% of those are employable. And to my further surprise, only 45% of the students meet our standards of hiring. And eventually only 10% of the engineers get the jobs in the industry. I'm sure in the technology sector, because we're talking about the engineers. And that's where my answer is. So the theoretical foundation is very, very critical, completely agree. But does it sufficient enough? No, it's not sufficient enough, because the way things are moving rapidly in the industry landscape, where accountability, innovation, your problem solving is so prized. In fact, the changes happening in the technology sector is so seismic for the last 2-3 years with the evolution of technology around. I think it's a high time that the academia looks over balancing this or moving more towards the education centric side. And as an industry leader, I say students, so whenever they hit the ground running, I expect the knowledge they carry. In fact, they should apply that knowledge into a very dynamic and real-time environment, because that demands your life projects, your co-op education, and also the internship, which is there. No, the colleges allow 1 internship, 2 internship, but why not the 4 internship, or maybe life projects in every semester, or maybe in the final semester they can take up a full-time work rather than getting into the job. It's all about, at the end of the day, why they're studying, to get a good job, the first job. I think that's how we can make a lot of shift over there. And I'm a firm believer that the employee-centric approach is going to really help it, because it helps foster capabilities or skills like your communication. It's not about talking in English, because I'm sure the sets of, it's how to really communicate, articulate, how to use critical thinking, how to adapt, being agile. I think this is very, very important. And actually that demands a lot of changes around. And in fact, all your learning agility, even if the Stanford and MIT researchers says that when actually whatever you have learned, you can also retain 70% of the knowledge if you really go and do a hands-on learning rather than only maybe instruction-based learning. So that's how the change is required. And as a industry leaders, we are more than happy to partner with the academician in forming a very well-structured curriculum, maybe joint certifications, or maybe doing live projects together. All that we are ready with, but we need a basic level of foundation in the students around which we can, because we don't have much time right now. Look, we are going through extremely fast-paced changing environment in the industry side as well. We want students to maybe be proactive on day 1. I'm so sorry, I'm saying that you are saying 3 months, but at the end of the day, industry wants people to be very, very productive day 1. Because not every organization is ready to give 3 to 6 months. So what is the alternative? Alternative is that we get ready resources. And if we need ready resources, obviously we need to maybe push the learning side even further. And that's the way we can start it from the engineering time itself. So my request to the academia is that, and this is an experience I personally felt, that we have actually got certain resumes in our organization, and the student wanted to do live projects because they were doing Java, C++ and Python in their college, and we had a certain imaging and camera testing requirements that we really facing a lot of issues with the quality of cameras in the phone, because I coming from the handsets, mobile handset side. So we reached out to them, we really liked them, and they really wanted to do live project, but when they reached out to their college, they said no to it. That we will not allow you to go and do the live projects because your study will hamper and all that. But we formed a way to really pick those guys up, and they had did our projects. How they managed it, we don't know, but we were very, very happy. And out of the 3 guys, eventually, not even they have done the internship with us, we have given them offers to join because they were so dynamic. And over the period of time, we really found them to be very relevant to us. So why to really spend a lot of money hiring a lateral hire when I really looking forward to hire a young Turk in my organization, spending less and get the best talent in 22, 23 years of age. So, which is why I say that maybe a lot of time academia maybe held industry responsible, but we really wanted to contribute towards that. But the only expectations that we have from the industry side that we actually need the ready resources. at least not 100%, then at least 60 to 70%. And that's where we need support from the academia side. So that's my viewpoint. And I'm sure all of you guys are, in fact, the students who are sitting there, guys, if you really want to, at the end of the day, you all want to pick up a good job for yourself. It's the education is a journey around. I'm sure you're going to do well there if you really concentrate on getting some experience around the corner and do well for yourself as well, and keep yourself ready with all the job related skills. Okay, academic skills you anyways will build in the 4 years, but please do focus on job related skills. AI automation, learning platforms, Coursera, many things are there. Please do explore. Don't hold yourself to academia. Okay, it is very, very important, critical, and I'm sitting with the academician with all due respect, but your end result should get the best out of yourself. So
thanks so much. And then moving to Deepthi on the same question. Deepthi, you've been with multiple big corporations. You started with SCL, so you have the same experience, what Mr. Ramadan is doing today. You have been leading HR for Luminous, Schneider, now with your current company. What have been your problem areas? How have you solved around this space?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. I think everybody's quite enough, and I will not take it, to academic side. I will make sure that whatever we face daily, we'll discuss that. So coming to his point, wherein he has mentioned very categorically, like, as an industry expert, we expect the people, the students who are becoming our, new joiners, they should be ready day one. Having said that, let's go back, and wherein my co-panelist has very rightly said 3-4 things that I really liked. We have to train our professors, we have to train our student. It is no more, if I go back somewhere and I was listening to somebody and everybody was saying my kid has scored 98%, my kid has scored 99.9%, and I was like, how is it possible? At our time when we were, of course, we are not that old. Having said that, still, we used to get 70%, 75%, and we used to say we have scored pretty well. Today's generation is like too much focus, and they're very worried about their percentage, because might be in our offices we have a peer pressure, they have a student pressure, and parents are also very, very much worried why he has scored this much, you have scored this much. So, why I'm sharing this is because while interacting with a couple of students wherein they join us, they have too much of pressure, whenever they're joining industry also, and then also we expect day one, from them to right now deliver. But who has seen like what is the kind of curriculum and what is the kind of experience we should give them from industry side? My company, if I talk about the challenges which you have asked, we have n number of challenges. They were asking like 60% people are coming, joining. Some people are saying 30%, but if we are not been able to find people, irrespective, because we work in auto technology. I don't know how many of you know, this auto technology comes from Germany. And we have a couple of skills called AutoSAR. I'll just take an example. I don't know how many of you are engineers. You might be there and then you might be knowing. But for us, we have a lot of jobs, but we do not have talent. And it has become such a big problem statement for us as an industry expert, where to get people from. We are ready to train, we are ready to give whatever training, and this training is not easy. So this training, we have to spend 1 crore of rupee for a one person. Like, there's a technology called A-Spice, there's a technology called AutoSAR, we're not getting it. It was a food for thought when I was just, I had gone for a panel, and wherein I had put in this to IIT Delhi, wherein I was there. I said, help me out. Students were there. Help me out. How do we, overcome with this challenge? Because we have a lot of profile, we have a lot of projects, but we do not have people to work. And we're expecting, of course, I work with 4 generations. So I have baby boomers, I have Gen X, Y, Z, they're working together, right? The problem is this industry works with cross-functional team. Without cross-functional team, you cannot introduce a product, right? From innovation, then it goes to quality, then it goes to testing, then it goes to production, and then it comes there, right? It becomes very difficult for us to compromise on quality. I'm not saying other companies were doing it, but we make car-based system. If you look at Mahindra is our biggest customer. If you look at 9E6V has been done by us. If you look at the XUV 700, ADAS has been done by us. Whenever we make a product, so it is like we are playing with human beings, because human being will be driving, and we have to be very safe, and we have to doubly sure about quality. Why I'm saying this is, this was really a problem statement, but what we have now decided, to get in touch with academia, wherein we are asking them, help us, we will give you the material, we will make sure that our experts going, teaching, training, right, your students, and I will be ready to take them, rather than giving them a theoretical knowledge, which everybody of you have said already. We wanted to work them on live projects, rather than, we did discuss with one university, I cannot name it, but we said, like, if we take any vehicle, open that vehicle and check the kind of technology they have worked. So some interns were working on that particular platform, and they came up with some idea, this is how the technology they have worked on, this is a thing which we can implement. We are focusing more on that, rather than only going finding what is the percentage in 10th, 12th, or graduation or post graduation or engineering or wherever. That doesn't work. That seriously doesn't work right now. I'm not everybody, as he said everybody's AI trained. Who knows better than me? I have all Gen Z working with me, and -1 and -2. At time I find so difficult, but these are the guys, I ask them to type a mail, they'll go do ChatGPT quickly and give it to me, but rather I am doing it by myself, taking 15 minutes, 20 minutes to write that mail, and they're coming up with 2 minutes. So that technology is given in this kind of generation today. But what we have to do is how you, being an academia, can help us to overcome and create some leaders in the campus itself, wherein once they are ready after 4 years, we give them an opportunity, we give them a placement, and then they are day one ready. For that, I think we as an industry expert, of course it is difficult, but we have to make sure that we are available, we are going there teaching, and the day one, whenever the student is joining us, he or she is ready after 15 days of simple orientation induction. This is one thing which we are seeking for, and this is one thing we are experiencing. Right now, if I look at my recruitment team, poor girl, there are 2-3 people, and they've been dealing with these guys, and we have seen experienced people, because of this niche skill, experienced people do not have that ethics. They are taking the offer. There's an offer buying happening. There's offer shopping happening. So what we can do, number one, and we have started doing is, we have adopted 2 universities. We are making sure that we are teaching their students, and we are making sure that after 2 years, 3 years, whenever the students are ready, we are ready to take them. Another thing which I expect the industry, and I'm sure a lot of people are there, there's a lot of pressure to these students. The one topic which I, wherever I go, I say well-being and empathy. This is something should be taught, in the curriculum. Why I'm saying this? Because there's a lot of pressure, as I said, peer pressure, as I said, student pressure, the parents' pressure. His kid has got 98%, why this has 99%, or why didn't you score much? And, it becomes so difficult, and then, they are taking very, very high steps, and I don't want to name it, and you know it better. But empathy is something which should be there in their value system. It should be taught in the campus itself, so that they can relate. Of course, work can be taught, right? Skill can be taught, but these are the skill things which should be inbuilt, so that whenever there is a pressure, they have the capacity to take that pressure in the industry. Is something which I just wanted to put it on the table. Hope I made sense. Yeah?
You did, thanks.
Sorry?
Have you tried your university?
I didn't.
Try that. You will get whatever you want. Don't go to IIT.
Sure.
I have not gone to IIT.
We'll go to IIT, but we'll also come to your university for sure. We have 6.5 minutes. I had a lot of things to discuss, but due to paucity of time, I'll move to for a question to Mr. Ashok Manan. I see you are in this space where you are trying to integrate everything that is coming out of college into the this journey from campus to industry. What are the barriers you see for a stronger industry academia relationship?
I'll not call there is maybe the challenges, I will say, more on the positive note, and on the side, both from industry and academia. I am being from the industry side, but I'll not defend them. I think there are enough improvement options available there. So first barrier or challenge, what we call is I think the difference in the priorities. Now, if it's you are representing industry, then industry is mad after showing quarterly profits, very short-term vision. No one wants to invest for the long term because that's the shareholder pressure you have, and every quarter you have to show that. Because of which you don't have time to invest in some of these long-term initiatives, for example, internships to students or collaborating with academia and going and teaching them, etc. And similarly, if you go to the other side, on the academia side, most of these new private universities and autonomous universities, although they have the advantage of picking the curriculum as per their requirement, but they are also under pressure to generate more money, more profit. In fact, last week I was talking to one of the leading engineering institution in Greater Noida, their senior management, and they were telling me that this year 70% of their engineering student intake is into computer science, and only 30% remaining all branches. So as do you have the faculty? They will manage. So that the kind of situation they are in, and you can understand the situation of the students in such scenario when you have such a large number of computer science students, but faculty is hardly there, and most of the people who pass out from the college are teaching actually. So I think that's the kind of situation. So priorities are very, very different. I think that is one biggest this thing. Now, if you look at the how do you change this? How do you make this more collaborative? I think one thing which is every college has this concept of internship, so summer internship or semester internship, but majority of the companies are shying away from providing that, including us. I will not say anyone else. Now, why? Because we don't have time. We have enough pressure to produce profits for the organization. So I think if there's someone from the government side, there's a policy intervention which is required. I think there's a policy that every company has to spend X amount of money on their corporate social responsibility. Why don't you make this internship as part of that goal and count it there? I think it will be a very good initiative. You can do that, and organizations will be more than happy to then provide this. But on the other side, I have not seen any college or any academic institution which thinks same about the faculty. Faculty should also go to industry and dirty their hands on the job floor. Why don't they are sent for the deputation to the industry for 6 months after 2 years or a few months every year? Let them learn what is industry requiring, what does industry want? Teaching from the same old book which was written 20 years back, and how does it make a difference to the students? They don't need that. They can learn that themselves on the online courses. I think what they need is the practical aspect, the hands-on aspect. This 3 months training which I was talking about, only 1 to 2 hours of theory. Remaining 6 to 8 hours of total hands-on practice. And every day, the SMEs from the shop floor or the industry will come and talk to them and give them the real vision. What are the real lifetime projects? I was giving one example to him recently that earlier when we used to have, we used to do a stack ranking of the freshers, and the best one used to go for development, and second best go to the maintenance support, third best go to the testing and all that. Recently, I was talking to a business leader. He said, no, this is all bullshit. I want the best ones to go to maintenance and support. I don't want to go to development. Development is very easy today. Yeah, there are so many support tools available, and you have all the luxury of the time in the development. You have the defined deadline, you can do it that. A maintenance support guy has to decide on the spur of the moment, this is a solution I have to provide. He should be much more smarter than the developer. He doesn't have all the luxury of the tools and the time available with him. So things are changing very fast. I think the problem solving, the critical thing, all those are very important things now. So for that, I think the collaboration is extremely important. Communication is extremely important. Most of the colleges have board of studies in which they have, for the name's sake, 1 or 2 representatives from the industry. to define the curriculum. Are we really doing the good job in that? I'm extremely sorry we are not. Both the side is just a tick mark item. If that is done very seriously, then you will have the industry ready curriculum and we'll have people ready who can deploy from the day one. Why do I need to invest 3 months of training? I'll tell you one more example. Last 10 years back, we started a new initiative. It's called Tech B. We are taking 12th pass, no engineering degree, training them for 1 year, and they are producing results which are better than the 4-year degree guys. Just to take care of the career special, we are providing them online degrees through BITS Pilani and IITs of the world, so that they get degree also during the job. And we are funding that degree, we are funding their training also. But they are producing much better results than the 4-year engineering. Why do you need to teach them for 4 years? That 4 years should be spent more on practical hands-on rather than theory. At time when I graduated, it was an Indo-German collaboration college. At that time, out of the 4 years, 1 year was complete internship. And during the days also, 5 days of the working, 2.5 day theory, 2.5 day complete lab and workshop. That was the curriculum I was taught. That's why we are so hands-on. I think today that the things have changed. It's number game, 99%, 100%. That's the way you have to crack the exam and get it. That's not going to give you results. I have another initiative in my organization. It's called Skill First Organization. So we are, every engineer, whether it's a fresher or later, we are giving them some sort of assessment based on the skill which they require for the proficiency measurement. So they are graded on a scale of 1 to 6 on that proficiency. And based on that proficiency level, we assign them the work. Based on that proficiency level, we charge the customer for that work which is being produced. Even freshers are getting paid from the customer side more than a 4-year or 5-year guy because the proficiency is higher. This is giving us humongous profitability. And organization is much more happy to invest in that freshers. That's the reason we are taking 10,000, 20,000 freshers every year. I think if we have to invest, we have to invest in the latest ways of working of these Gen Zs and appreciate their proficiency. Rather than just going by 4-year degree, IIT degree, MBA degree, I think that's not going to help. See what is they are producing on the ground. That should be measured and that should be rewarded.
Thanks, Mr. Madan. See, our time's up, so I will not eat into other panels' time. I had a lot of things to discuss. We prepared a lot. We initially had an hour to go, then 30 minutes. Fine. Thanks. I would like to thank the panelists for being here and thank you for being a great audience. But before we go out, would just like to say that there's a responsibility both sides. It is not only lying on the academia. It is a lot of responsibility on the industry side. So if I have a need, made a resource day one, then that is my problem. That is my need. I have to solve for my need. So either I invest a bunch of time and resources in developing it, or I go to academia and say, this is my need. Can you partner? Can you build this up so the person who comes out day one starts to work with me? And you know, I've designed a lot of programs for the GETs. I have seen it very closely. I've been to campuses, I've interacted with a lot of people, but the responsibility, both sides, a larger responsibility, I'll say, is on the big brother industry, because academia, actually, they have their own, I'll say, limitations. And but they are trying. My son is doing his BTech in computer science. I was very amazed to see that first year he has entrepreneurship mindset as a subject, and he's going through that. I was so surprised, very happy with that, and I also contributed. So there's something happening there. Industry also needs to take a step forward. Of course, I think the government also needs to speed this up. Thank you so much for being such a nice audience, and let's clap for our panelists who have shared their great thoughts. Thank you, everyone.
Just to second your thought, what you're trying to say is that in the near future, students and parents will not choose the university on the basis of the replacements or the job recruitments, but on the basis of how well they educate them.
The question is to me?
Not the question, just since you're mentioning that you are really elated to have your son develop an entrepreneurial vision at this young age. So wouldn't that be a benefit for all the children and many, many parents out there?
Yeah, I mean, that was a surprise. I mentioned this because academia is taking steps, okay? It helped me relate. I mean, if my son goes through this, and this was the like first year, second year, third year, fourth year, there will be a lot of things coming. I see the student getting prepared to face the future. Although the subject is computer science, so he will learn coding, etc., whatever. But there's a lot of things happening there, and this prepares the students. From my side, I have to be also present at the campus. Okay, I have to be present at the campus to see if I have a need, how to solve my need I mean, I have to pick a few campuses. I can't be at all the campus, but let's invest that time. Let's invest that money in. Money is the factor. I just want to be very straight. The investment of there's a lot of money required if you have to share from your profits, which is where everything gets starts, because the first call I get, I start to think, oh, I have to hire. No, I have to invest my time. I'm very happy to go there. I have to sign an MOU for some interactions. I'm fine. But when the institute asks, can you invest something on this in terms where there's money out, I shy away a bit. So no, there's a few steps to take.
All right, fantastic, fantastic. Thank you very much. Could I please encourage everyone to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic chair for the first panel discussion at the Engineering Excellence Conclave.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now, are we all very well awake, or do we need another quick energizer? I think I should quit talking and request everyone to kindly stand. This is absolutely for your own benefit. Let's shake the negativity and the dizziness out, everybody. Fantastic. And for the next 30 seconds, offer your loudest cheer, loudest round of applause to yourselves. Come on. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. Thank you. This brings us to the final session before we break for lunch. The topic at hand, smart structures and digital brains, AI meets core engineering. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Please put your hands together for Professor of Statistics and Data Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, Professor Shala. Joining us up next is the director at GL Bajaj Institute of Technology and Management. Please put your hands together for Dr. Preeti Bajaj. Up next, CEO and founder at RX VP Pharma Consulting. Please put your hands together for Dr. Neelam Kaushal. Joining us up next, the panelist, Chief Strategy Officer at Enterology Business School. Please put your hands together for Rupesh Gupta. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for the Director, Product and Innovation at Manav Rachna University, Professor Dr. Sugandha Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the exuberant audience, to the panelists, and looking into and hearing about the plausible discussion of the first panel discussion, wherein we were adapting to the future of the work. Herein we are talking about the smart structures and digital brains, wherein the AI meets the core engineering. AI had always been, since beginning, from its induction, has always been into including the brains or working like the brains. So wherein we are looking into the we are looking into the transformation wherein the core engineering has to be imbibed with AI. We talk about the smart bridges, we talk about the intelligence, we talk about the pharmacy, we talk about the finances, and we talk about the defense. In whatever the sector you talk about, we talk about AI. In addition to this AI, we talk about the security part as well, so that the data which we are looking into shall be used, input and output shall come into the expected things. So herein, I'll dive down into the discussion without taking much time. I'll look into the things wherein whatever panelists talk about AI as a digital brain, which is just not metaphorical word as of now, because this brain, which is intelligent, is talking about how it shall learn, how it shall act upon. The agentic AI, which we are working up now, is just not assisting us, it's acting upon. So we need to be very, very mindful about how we are using AI, how we are coming up into the smart things. So welcome you all, and we'll come up with without taking much of the time, we'll come up with the first question for Professor Shalab. What does the convergence of AI and core engineering discipline look like into your field today?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. Yeah, I can give you my background so that you can understand my views. I'm basically a professor of statistics and data science. I was trained in statistics, but later on it was turned into data science, which is without artificial intelligence, it cannot be done. So I'm basically a converted data scientist. And yeah, I was the Dean of Academic Affairs at IIT Kanpur and I completed my tenure a couple of months back only. So I have taken care of this engineering education to the entire institute, and I have seen that how this AI has started. My first question to all the audience is this: what is this AI? Where are you going to use it? Everybody is looking for AI, but where? The main thing is this: it has to be used into the sciences. Either it is medical sciences, engineering sciences, or data sciences. In order to implement the AI, the first core part is that we have to learn the basic fundamentals. If we don't know what is to be programmed, what are we going to really program? I always tell to my students, you first decide what you want to be, whether you want to be a compounder or a doctor. As I can share that we have implemented a couple of projects in the government of India based on artificial intelligence. And there were a couple of years back when the ChatGPT was not even there. So my first advice to everybody is that we have to concentrate on the core sciences, basic fundamental of the sciences to be taught to the students so that they can contribute in the development of the AI and sciences. They can contribute in the solutions. Until they understand the solution, they cannot program it. And nowadays, this AI is helping us a lot, but we don't have to become a slave. We are going into interdisciplinary sciences now, where we not only need to learn our subject only, but the concept from other subjects. And in that case, AI is really helping us. I may not be, whenever I'm trying to develop a product, the product is not going to be based only on one engineering. In the mechanical engineering, they have to do the robotics. So for that, they need to understand the basic fundamentals of mechanical engineering, and then they can develop a program that how it has to be converted into an artificial intelligence program. The same thing is happening in biological sciences, biological engineering, chemical sciences, how the atoms and molecules are going to behave. For that, they are trying to get the data. And then data has to be implemented over the real life modeling issues, which are now implemented through AI models. AI models are nothing, but they are the simple application of the basic fundamentals through a good programming, to my opinion. So now in all the engineering sciences, medical sciences, this AI is becoming a very good support. It is reducing the time.
it is bringing many more concepts into picture for which we take a very long time to develop. The AI is helping with their knowledge. Two different people contribute their knowledge into different areas, and AI inbuilds them together. So in all the sciences, now the core sciences and AI, they are becoming closer and closer. But what we have to remember always that where I have to apply the AI. What are we really going to do? AI is our supportive. A core engineering can use AI. AI cannot use the core engineering. It is not the reverse way route, reverse way. Many times as a professor, as a basic fundamentalist, I can see that AI is not always getting us the correct result. Whether the result is correct or not, for that you need the basic knowledge of the sciences fundamental. And that is why at IIT Kanpur, we always say, we don't teach engineering, we teach engineering as a science. So that is my an advice to all the students, all the professors, all the industry experts, that whenever they are trying to use AI, be watchful, be careful, and you should have the capability to check whether it is giving you the correct output or not. You can check, go to ChatGPT and ask, who is Shalab? They will give you hundreds of answers. You have to identify, which Shalab am I? So for that, both are coming closer, but be careful, be watchful, use it as a good tool, but intelligently. Thank you very much.
Absolutely correct for this. There is no doubt intelligence comes to the brain of a human first. So next I'll come to Dr. Bajaj. Looking into the diversity of her experience, I'll come on the thing that do you really think that AI can become the digital brain of infrastructure? If yes, then how do you balance the automation with engineering intuitions and the human oversight? And if no, can you justify that?
Okay. First of all, I would like to mention about I'm an electronics engineer working in hybrid intelligent system for last 35 years, as sir has also said. So working in being in electronics, working in intelligent transportation, now medical data science, and number of, and if you can see the intelligence in all application, whether it is health data or it is, transportation, or it is purely electronic system everywhere. What is link between the core and purely computer science, that breach which was there since years. You call it fuzzy, you call it neuro, you call it chaos engineering, genetic, hybrid. So all that was there. Now, when you are talking about how is going to be digital infrastructure, right? So I would say, first of all, to bridge this, everyone has to have knowledge about few courses, and then probably within the institution, if you are using AI, any organization. So somebody has said in the earlier panel discussion, so smart work and, so I would say every organization, whether it is academia or industry, if I will be using the AI infrastructure, it has to be a lot of simulation, lot of hardware. If all that combination is being used, nothing could be, AI is ultimately, if I talk about GPUs, that's going to be a hardware. So how I am going to use the infrastructure within the campus is going to be a combination of a hardware and the software. And the analytics, which I'm getting through my simulation, through various experiments, that analytics, based on that, the prediction, and the prediction is going to help me a lot in my smart work, because a lot of saving in the cost, a lot of saving in the infrastructure, a lot of saving in the resources, that all is going to be there. So analytics, knowledge about data science, knowledge about analytics and prediction, and based on prediction, I'm not saving anything on human brains, but what I'm saving is on infrastructure. That's what I could conclude from, your question, probably.
Yeah, the same. I wanted to ask about the automation.
Okay. So lot of, if I go for automation, it cannot be purely digital. Again, I would say, since I worked on both the side. So it has to be a hardware plus software. And when I'm using that, conclusion, analytics, and then using that smartly, optimally, that is all possible through AI. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the perfect reply for making it automated. Now coming to Dr. Neelam, the way you are dealing with pharmaceutical things now and the way AI is emerging. So can you update us how we can reshape the pharmaceutical things, pharmaceutical industry, and fit in our engineers having the AI knowledge into the pharmaceutical industry?
Thank you for this insightful question. I'll give you my background. I'm a physician by training. I have done MBBS, then I joined pharmaceutical industry, and I have been working with pharmaceutical industry in drug development for last 20 years. So, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me for such a futuristic vision seminar. Over 20 years of my career, I have come to know one fact, and I deeply respect that pharma can find the cure for the diseases, but without engineers, it might not reach the patients. So to understand this question, how AI is reshaping pharma industry and where we can plug in our engineers, we need to look at the life cycle of a drug, how it reaches from bench-side lab to patients. So broadly, we can divide it into 3 Ds. First D is how medicines are discovered. Second D is how they are developed, molecule to medicine. And third D is how they are delivered. So first, so in each 3 segments, 3 Ds, discover, develop, and deliver. I'll take up how it was before AI, how AI is changing, and how engineers are contributing to the each segment. First, I'll take up discovery part. Before AI, it was scientists would sit in the lab and they will do hit and trial, and potential candidates for developing into medicines were they were discovered in 5 to 7 years. But now with the advent of AI, these predictions, molecules are discovered very fast in weeks' time. Who is doing that? These algorithms are written by our engineers with the advent of AI. So they are developing algorithms which are analyzing protein structures fast, which are doing genetic analysis very fast. So here I would like to give you one example. Last year, Stanford engineers, they came up with a concept of smart toilet, which can analyze stools and urine within seconds, like give you biomarkers, whether being you have any disease or not. This is just like having real-time monitoring diagnostics in the washroom. This is a concept. And one fun fact, it has camera as well for user identification. So you can see this is the most uncomfortable facial recognition. So this is discovery part, right? Discovery, AI has made it very fast. Engineers are doing the algorithms. Now we come to, we have now discovered the molecules. We are going to develop them into medicines. So before AI, long clinical trials were being done, whosoever, which pharma company has not yet adopted AI. And they were very expensive. Adverse events were detected very late in the clinical trials. And the devices used were very bulky. But now after AI, wearable biosensor devices are being used, and clinical trial simulations are done within lab. Very fast adverse events are detected. So who is doing all these things, like helping pharma with all these things? Our engineers are doing all these things. Not only the AI, engineers who know AI, also biomedical devices. We do need mechanical engineers there, biomechanical engineers there as well. So also our engineers, they have developed drone delivery systems for remote areas, blood banks, from blood bank to blood is being shifted, transported to the needy people. So here I will give you one more example. Psychiatric patients, we know you give them medicine, they will put it in their mouth and will not swallow it. So they will hide and spit it out later, and they are not cured. So there was one concept engineers come up with, digital pill, which when it is swallowed, it will text to the doctor that it has been swallowed. So this is one example. AI and engineers are helping. Prototype is there. So now we have done 2 Ds. One is discovery of the molecule. Second is development of the molecule into medicine. So now we have to deliver this medicine to the patient. Before AI, suppose there was vaccine being transported to the village, and it has to be transported at a particular temperature. Variation is there. Vaccine would be spoiled, and we need it will lose its potency. So before AI, market analysis, marketing prediction, like which area would sell which drug more. This was being done by people sitting in the office and looking at the data of previous years. And also about inventory management was being done manually. After AI has come up, now in the delivery phase we are talking about. So with AI, we have smart fridges which control temperatures. We have inventory management, automated inventory management, and predictive analysis being algorithms are there. So who is doing that? Our engineers. So in pharma, we have engineers helping everywhere. I would it's not, engineers are not only writing the codes, they are not only making the biosensor devices, they are ensuring that a grandmother in a village gets her insulin timely, be it via drone delivery. They are also ensuring that a kid in a village gets potent vaccine, be it via smart fridges or potency of the vaccine is retained in a village where there is no power for next 3 days because they have developed solar powered fridges. So I would again reiterate that pharma can find the cures, but without engineers, it might not reach the patients. So one last example I'll give. Last year, Stanford engineers and with Google engineers, they trained AI so well, it could read X-rays and MRIs better than the radiologists. It's not that they were trying to replace the radiologists. They were giving them superhuman powers. And who is giving them superhuman powers? Our engineers. So if you want to work in healthcare, you do not need to have M.Pharm degree or MBBS degree, or stethoscope is not required. You can work in healthcare in pharma and help save lives. You just need, now it's healthcare is also not only about stethoscope, it's also about sensors, servers, and scalable data. Thank you. Hope I answered.
That's just a wow reply.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for mentioning all the intricacies about your field. And from your reply, I have got about 10 to 12 problem statements from my students. Thanks for that. So my next question is for Dr. Gupta.
I'm not doctor.
I was, that's what's skeptical about it. That's what I looked at you. No. So could you please share a compelling example of how AI-driven innovations in smart structures has created tangible value in your organization?
All right. That's a very interesting question. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I'm a substitute to Dr. K.K. Dave. All right. So I was just told to come and speak here in the morning. And I'm the odd man out. I'm neither a doctor neither an academician. I'm a purely marketing and sales person.
That makes more sense then.
Absolutely. I work as the Chief Strategy Officer for Anthropology Business School, which is based out of Pune. I believe just before this discussion, Mr. Amresh said about entrepreneurship. We are the first institute in the country which is coupling entrepreneurship and startup together. There is no institution in the country. So we are the first ones. Now, as the question has been put up to me, I just took some examples from my dear friend who works for Amazon. And he gave me some very good insights on impact of AI in today's world. So I'll just briefly go through them, and I hope it's helpful for everybody. AI, like what Professor Shalab also said, everybody's running after AI, AI, AI. AI has been there for the last 40 years. And if you go step by step, AI, machine learning, deep learning, and generative AI. That is what we are all talking about. Now, if you look at example, now for an academic, from an academic perspective, if you look at application of AI, if you look at online assessments, facial recognition can definitely figure out whether it is Bhupesh Gupta or a twin of Bhupesh Gupta, which is giving the exam. So it could control a lot of things on online assessments. The second, which is very, very interesting, is about Avatar being your research assistant, and it could do wonders for the faculty members in terms of helping them to do their research. I'll just give you an example. I did my MBA in Australia way back in 1996. I was a RA to one of the faculty members who was from US. I still remember, like, we used to use a lot of computers that time to help them find out what they were looking for. So I mean to say here that AI has just come in the last few years, but use of knowledge, use of data which was available online that time, it was all being given to in the right perspective. So AI is something which is gathering from everywhere and putting it in the right perspective. That is what I feel. The next example is now for institutions, admissions is something everybody runs across. Now AI can help defining the student through a bot that, okay, what is his or her eligibility, how he or she can fit in the entire system of the university. It can help them to even define the loan status. So AI can help universities, students to ease their admission processes. The last but not the least, which I would like to talk here about, is which I've personally seen. I was in Thailand for 10 years and I used to manage projects for HCL. So Procter & Gamble was my client, and they had their entire production. They used to manufacture some of the soaps which were exported across to US and everywhere. India में क्या करते हैं कि अगर वो चिपका नहीं होगा तो पंखा लगा देते हैं, तो जहां पे वो उड़ जाता है तो समझ जाओ वो चिपका नहीं है. But in Thailand, what I could find out, they had an entire assembly line. They didn't have manpower, and they used to have sensors to check where the packet has not been stick. So AI was being used in Thailand. This was in 2017 and 18. So what I mean to say is these are some of the impact of AI in the last 4 or 5 years, which I have personally felt. And I don't know much about what is artificial intelligence because I'm not from the academia, but I read sometimes and I find it interesting. So that's my perspective towards impact of AI in today's world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That makes more sense with the more wise examples. There is no doubt there's a paucity of time and there is much more to discuss about. So I'll come back to with all these discussions, looking into the industry aspect, looking into the marketing aspect, looking into the data analytics and the mathematics aspect. I'll ask one more question from Dr. Bajaj. That as AI becomes the integral to engineering, how should universities rethink core engineering curricula? Because in the previous discussion, we were into that curricula and the industry discussion, what has to work more, if you can put more light on that.
Yes, I believe most of the universities now are coming up with, especially for the non-engineering programs, integrated with the AI curriculum. Now, how this would be? So probably in previously for 2 universities, more than 100 programs we have integrated. I believe to start with, data disruptive technology has to be one course which has to be introduced, whether it is a psychology, whether it is a program in the education, or it is a program in the agriculture, because any program, because for that purpose, precision agriculture or any other field we are working with, disruptive technologies, a small course on maybe 20-30 hours on data science, AI for everyone, we all are going through, a cloud computing and a sensor and transducers to start with. These courses will give a basic, and Python for, although it is for engineering, but we have seen very good results when teachers and students do learn that as in. So a compact program on this could be approximately 50-60 hours, has to be part of every program, whether it is engineering or non-engineering program. That will give you a kind of understanding of what is data science, how is data analytics, how the data is being stored in open cloud or otherwise also on cloud, and how the analysis takes place, and what is AI, a bird's eye view on every system with a small project. And that gives you understanding. The core engineering would be linked with, and bird's eye view will give you an example when you are going with a multidisciplinary team, some projects based on your field, whether it is a psychological students, they are working on some assessment, and based on assessment, how AI can help them in their assessments. If it is a agriculture, smart IoTs, how the smart irrigation system can work, how the smart crop system can work, crop prediction, lot of projects can be done. Similarly, if I'm working on a social science, how the hospitality industry, AR, VR, and lot of projects can be done. So that will give him bird's eye view at first year level, and then gradually based on cohort, which domain the student wanted to be, they can go into. So that is very, very important, that every graduate program or postgraduate program, especially graduate I'm talking about, some small understanding of these capsule models of disruptive technology along with AI has to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for putting up a light on this. Now, listening to the exceptional leaders from the academia and industry, if I come to the conclusion of it, it makes like that we need to use the AI. There is no doubt about that. But the ethical and responsible AI, which mainly focuses upon the pharmaceutical sector, that makes more sense. That knowledge is needed to the students. The generation which is upcoming, who has to deal with Industry 5.0 and Industry 6.0 now, wherein the more of the projects and the practical implementations lies. So those examples, those ethics, listening into from the leaders, I'll say that AI, a need of hour, no doubt. Ethical use of AI and the ethical implementation and learning to the students, this generation, that is much more important into the curriculum as of now. So does that make sense? So that's what, thank you to all of you. And thanks a lot for enlightening the session. Thank you.
Well, I do not fancy myself a mind reader, but I'm certain what everyone's thinking. What's for lunch? Well, let's quickly find out. Requesting everyone to kindly join us for a lunch feast. Please be kind enough to kindly join us back in exactly 35 minutes for the next panel discussion. Thank you. that till the tea break or till we say goodbye to each other, could we please put our mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode? All right. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. It's time for the next panel discussion. The topic at hand, the infrastructure imperative. Building brains needs better blocks. Joining us on stage, the first panelist, please put your hands together for the director of Kamal Institute of Higher Education and Advanced Technology, Dr. J.S. Gujral. Joining us up next is the Associate Professor, NIT Delhi. Please put your hands together for Professor Ajay Kumar. Welcome, Professor Kumar. Thank you for joining us. Our next panelist serves as a Professor IT and Dean Academics at Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. Please put your hands together for Professor Arun Sharma. And to complete the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for the Senior Associate Editor at BW Business World, Megha Mathur.
Thank you. So like the previous panel had one non-engineering person, I'm also very much the other end of the spectrum. So from a lay person to experts in engineering, I'll be asking some questions. So we are talking in this panel about, engineering as the pillar, a crucial pillar of societies and economic development. But what are the building blocks of this domain? So the building blocks are infrastructure, and we'll be talking about the infrastructure issues in engineering education. So without wasting time, I'll start with Professor Arun Sharma, who with his vast experience, we would like to know from you, what are some of the biggest challenges? So we'll take up the first challenge, that is the faculty crunch in engineering institutes. And what are some of the biggest challenges in recruiting the right faculty in engineering colleges, and how is it impacting the teaching quality, overall output of engineering education?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Though it's very difficult after this lunch to connect, but nevertheless, yeah, the point is basically faculty recruitment and right faculty recruitment. So I'll take it in two perspectives basically. One is faculty recruitment, another the even better or more important is faculty retention. Faculty recruitment is a normal process. Though in government institution, I'm working with one of the government university, that is Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. And just to tell you, this is the only university in India which is women government and engineering university. So around 5,000 girls studying in my university, and faculty recruitment, quality faculty recruitment is not an issue in government university because we have a very tough, rigorous process for recruitment, starting from applications, thousands, more than 2,000 applications we receive, then we conduct written tests, then presentations, interviews. So we get quality faculties. That's even means no doubt about it. The problem is the process for the recruitment. My university is working on around 50% of the total strength. And the reason is because recruitment is a very lengthy process in government institutions. from the department to the vice chancellor to the BOS to AC to board of management and then to technical education department to the ministry. The approval goes from lower to the highest body, and then advertisement, application submission, and then all these things, written test, interview and presentation. So almost it takes 1.5 years to 2 years to recruit the faculties in our institution, though the same may not be the case with private institutions where maybe within 15-20 days the faculties may be recruited. But the question is the right faculty. So I have worked with the private institutions also for around 15 years, and now since last 12-13 years I'm into government institutions. So I have seen both the systems, government as well as private. In private, recruitment is not a big deal, but to get the right candidate in an institution is a very serious issue or the challenging issue. Basically, the problem is nowadays in every city, more than hundreds of colleges are existing now. The new universities are also coming. And a salary is one major constraint to retain the faculty in an institution. If one faculty is getting even 5,000 rupees jump in another institution, he'll or she'll switch over. Infrastructure is another constraint which the colleges are facing. Facilities in terms of computing environment, in terms of basic requirement of the faculty. So this is also one of the challenge. If I'm getting better environment, better facility in another institution, obviously maybe on the same salary I'll switch. Salary, as I mentioned, is one major issue. There may be a number of issues where to retain the faculty is a very big challenge for the colleges, and it is directly impacting the quality of the institution or quality of the education also. If I'm changing 3 jobs in a year, obviously whatever quality I'll be giving to my students or to my institution. So I'll take at least 2-3 months to set up, and then I'll see what better opportunities I can get in another institution. So retainment is a very serious issue nowadays in engineering education, where the quality is affecting, and it is affecting the overall environment of the education system also.
Can you also shed light on the kind of industry partnerships that can and international partnerships that can help alleviate the situation? And also, there's this term, concept of professors of practice that is very much gaining currency. Is that helping the cause?
Yeah, government has taken initiatives like now we can recruit adjunct faculty, we can recruit emeritus professors. The new concept 2-3 years back, it was professor of practice, where we can invite faculties who are superannuated to the institution, or maybe the person who are working in industry. They can join the institution and can give the experience of their industry exposure to the students. Obviously, these things are helping the engineering institutions to a lot, but the issue is the number is very limited. Industry people are not willing to join academia. Maybe again there are so many reasons. Salaries is one major constraint. The packages which the student, the professional is getting in industry, it's very difficult to give that type of salary in an education environment. So yes, it is a good initiative, but the thing is the number is very less, and if we are able to recruit more and more people from industry, obviously it will help the academia.
Sure. Dr. Gujral, coming to you. So you have covered a whole spectrum in your vast career journey, from DU to Guru Nanak Institute of Management, then IP University. So from brick and mortar setups to now where online is really, so much prevalent. How would you say that, typically in bigger cities, metropolitan cities and tier 1 institutes, as he said that getting faculty would not be that difficult, but in tier 2 cities, small town India, and institutes in second or third rung, getting faculty is difficult. So in that scenario, would you say that online learning, and especially now Swayam, can help mitigate some of the problems of faculty crunch?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you all must have enjoyed your lunch by now. and difficult to carry on because after having had, a square meal, difficult to listen to us also. Well, coming back to the point posed to me, yes, I agree that everyone doesn't get into the top colleges and get admission, though everyone vies for it, At the same time, it was the government which started a program called SWAYAM, which is a study web, started by the government, wherein you could get the admission and you could get a certificate course, or you could get even a diploma, and then, get the best of education. Take the case of SWAYAM first. So in case of SWAYAM, you have the professors drawn from IITs and IIMs. They're the ones who conduct the sessions with the students drawn from all over India. Like there are centers in Delhi where a student gets enrolled and can get the best of education. He may not go to the best of colleges, but he is getting the best of education via SWAYAM. So also they have had the tie-ups with the AICTEs and even with the UGCs, wherein if a student has earned certain credits, those credits can be transferred to the university. For example, if he has done a course, say for 2 years he has done and has earned, say 10 credits, those credits can be transferred to the university if he wants to pursue his higher education in the university. So that's an opportunity which is given by the government, wherein you can pursue the course, and if you have a choice whether you want to go further or you, and then don't forget that whatever diploma you have earned from there, you're also getting an opportunity to work as well. Why? Because these are all recognized by the industry. Even the industry also recognizes SWAYAM. Then likewise, you have a national program on mathematics. So the program which is done here again is recognized by the universities and also recognized by the industry. So it's not necessary that every time you have to get into a top college and pursue the education. Definitely you can pursue and fulfill your dreams by joining a place like SWAYAM and national program on technology enhancing learning programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Ajay, so what has been your experience in terms, in faculty recruitment, and what are the challenges that your institute has faced, and what solutions have you come up with?
A very good afternoon to all the presents here in this auditorium, and thank you very much for this opportunity to enlighten these crucial issues which are now part of our daily life, so that we should know about it. So actually nowadays faculty are coming like in computer science, most of the students after BTech, they are getting high packages. Say you will find crunch of faculty in the computer science department because all are getting package very much high just after BTech. So you will see CS faculty, generally they come and generally go, and very less PhD people want to go in computer science. So these are the challenges which we are facing, because IT and computer science packages are so much high that faculties are not very much highly paid. So due to that, they want to go in some software job instead of coming to some faculty, so that because package is very much high. So these are some issues which are currently our institute also facing. So that's why faculty has told that retention is also important because faculty is getting, if someone is getting more higher package, so they switch to different organizations. So these are the reasons why Miss faculty package should also be as per the industry demands of the computer department. So that is why these things also has to be taken care of.
So you have raised a very valid point about, engineering graduates going for high-paying jobs, but the research component that needs to be taken care of, because there was one report that I was reading that only 44.5% of faculty have PhDs. How can engineering institutes address this issue of research? If you would like to answer this question, sir. How can engineering institutes get better, research, faculty who has done research, faculty with PhDs, and encourage research.
See, unfortunately, in our country, we do put a lot of stress on research, but at the same time, we are not able to provide the facilities which should be provided to the researchers. After all, infrastructure is required to conduct the research. Now, in a place like Delhi, we have the national research centers also, but how many of us can really enroll ourselves over there? Very few of us. And the kind of facility, basically what is infrastructure? It provides you the equipment, it provides you the network, it provides you the communication network, it provides you all kind of facilities which are required to accelerate research work, which is definitely lacking. And that's the reason why the PhDs in engineering sphere are very, very less. As you rightly said, about 22% only. So that's the reason we lack infrastructure. We need to improve our infrastructure. We need to improve our equipment. We need to improve our laboratory, equipments to strengthen our research infrastructure. Thank you.
Professor Arun Sharma, so what has been your experience in your institute about upgradation of labs and equipment, as Professor Singh had mentioned?
Yeah, I fully agree with sir. We are doing PhD, but and we are writing papers also, but the maximum of the papers are theoretical without any practical implementations, without any day-to-day uses of those research into day-to-day life. So we need to do the research, which is like ma'am from pharmaceuticals in previous session, she was quoting certain examples basically where she is using AI in her domain. So we need to do that type of quality research which can be converted into products. So as far as my university is concerned, we are located at Kashmiri Gate. It's a very heritage building and around 100 years old building where NSUT was started, DC was there for around 50 years, IP was there for 15-20 years, and now since last 12 years we are having our own campus, and it is under ASI, Archaeological Survey of India, and we cannot do any you can say construction in that. But if you come to our university, you'll find so many center of excellences supported by funded by government agencies, by private agencies also. We are having Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence, where we have NVIDIA servers, state-of-the-art servers, state-of-the-art computing facilities we have. We have Center of Excellence in Mechatronics, supported by Delhi government, that is in the field of robotics and automation. And as per the Industry 4.0 requirement, we have that type of infrastructure in our institute. We have funding from DST around 20 crores of rupees we received in last 4-5 years. And due to this particular funding, we are able to create state-of-the-art, world-class computing, especially computing, because nowadays everything is around computers, be it GPUs or even robotics also, it is towards computing facilities. So in my university, yes, I'm proud to say that we are equipped with latest technologies where students are working and faculty members are doing good research in terms of product development, in terms of publications and patents also. But yes, that's also true that this type of facility or this type of environment may not be available in other institutions which are far from this place or are placed in remote, and obviously that is a major challenge in these type of colleges or institutions.
Sure. Sir, sure.
I'd like to add on one more point, that whatever equipment is bought, it's taxed. A GST is charged on that. Unfortunately, this, but look at the case of, the cricketers. I'm just giving an example. I mean, whatever money is collected by IPL is tax-free. Not a penny is charged. And that's the reason that the players are hired for 27 crores to 28 crores to 30 crores. Why? Because no tax is paid. It's ironical that for research centers, the taxes are charged. Shouldn't the government, relax as far as the taxes part is concerned? If they need to promote research, definitely they should provide some concession to the to research centers as well. That's my submission. Thank you.
So while we have Make in India and Viksit Bharat Dream, the innovation centers are being taxed. That's what you're saying.
If you have to put a lot of thrust on innovation, we cannot do away without research. Research is why are we doing innovation? Why? Because we need to have better economic growth, and innovation, training and development, they're directly linked with that. I mean, if you can't have an economic growth unless you put thrust on innovation, unless you put thrust on research and development. So the government needs to pay more heed to this particular area.
And also, since you earlier mentioned about the kind of emphasis we need to give to infrastructure boost, I think it's also time for pressing the button of fast forward, because so much of digitization has come in, and there's impetus on AI and very different ways of learning. How are you dealing with that kind of exigency, not exigency, but imperative on the digitization front, on the artificial intelligence, new disruptive technologies? Yes.
Certainly, today's world of, we talk about Industry 4 and we're talking about Industry 5, we can't do away without digitization. That's the in thing. We're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about machine learning, we're talking about Internet of Things and things like, we can't do unless we put focus on because we have to compete globally. And to be able to compete globally, you'll have to rely upon these technologies. You can't, if you think of the technology of yesterday, you cannot progress tomorrow. You have got to be abreast of the latest technological developments and innovations to be able to keep pace with the global developments. That's my summation.
Sure. Professor Ajay, what has been your thought on this?
Nowadays, like our institute has started BTech in AI separately to cater these type of things, so that all are aware about these things, and we have specially opened some special branch for this BTech in AI in addition to the BTech in CS, so that people are aware and students are also ready for the challenges that will come in future. So BTech in AI is a special course we have instituted in NIT Delhi campus. So that whatever future is coming, students are ready for that, and our generation is ready for that.
Thank you. Another aspect of infrastructure development is the library resources. And recently, the government had launched One Nation, One Subscription initiative. And how does engineering education overall benefit from that? You can answer that.
So obviously every institution is paying a lot of money on subscribing the journals and the proceedings and e-books. So with this type of idea, obviously we'll be saving money, and that can be utilized for some other purpose, where we will have one subscription, and maybe I think UGC is providing that subscription, and then we'll be the part of that consortium. Everybody will be able to access these journals. Maybe UGC may charge or may not charge, that I'm not sure, but this type of facility will provide ample opportunities for the institution to grow intellectually and to access these books, e-books and journals to a great extent. I think it will be a great move, though I don't know whether it has been started or not, but in my university, no, but I think this type of step will be very useful for all the institutions.
Okay. One question is about the, while the tinkering labs that were set up, not just in engineering colleges, but in, many higher education institutes, schools and colleges also How will that promote, overall the right ecosystem for innovative learning at higher education level? Anyone can answer that question.
Well, I think tinkering labs is the in thing, because many of the schools they've already established tinkering labs, wherein a student gets an opportunity to create his ideas and put his ideas to test in the tinkering labs. Now, for example, while they're playing or while they're in the lab, they are given opportunity to create their own ideas. It gives them an opportunity to interact with the other students and then be able to generate their own ideas. That's the whole idea of tinkering labs. That's what I feel.
You want to add something?
These things also initiate startups and incubation centers, which are now very much popular. So this will help them to start up new things, and they can be job creators and not job seekers. That is the main idea for this.
But I would like to know from any of you, how in either of your institutes, how is the innovation linked to the incubation center? What is the whole paraphernalia of incubation center? What kind of support is provided? And finally, how does the final outcome, reach the society and the market?
See, incubators are basically to create an artificial environment where you condition the temperature, where, for example, hatching the eggs. Now you create the artificial environment. From there, basically in incubation, you have an opportunity of collecting the entrepreneurs along with the students and the researchers also. The researchers, they interact with the entrepreneurs, and whatever innovation is done by the researcher is put forward to the entrepreneur, and entrepreneur in turn markets that, he markets the product. That's the main idea. So to create the workshops, to interact, to put them on a common platform, on a common footing, is basically the idea of incubation.
But like, while many of the institutes now claim that they have a very thriving incubation center, on ground, what is the reality and what is the success story of those incubators?
Actually, students are very much excited and inspired because they also want these things, because at a young time they are having many ideas which they cannot implement due to some finance problems. But institutes are supporting them with finance, and they initiate the students to come these things, and government is also supporting these things with funds. That is why it is becoming a big source of creating employments. They are becoming job creators, not job seekers. That is very good initiative, and government is also supporting. And our institute is also have startup incubation center for these. They are on reality. It is going on in a very good way.
Would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think now paradigm is shifting actually from, as he mentioned, from job seekers to job providers. I still remember we started our incubation center in 2017 with the support of Delhi government. And it was very difficult to get any student who is interested in incubation and entrepreneurship type of system, because all were towards the package. One is getting 50 lakh, obviously, why to take risk to start a new company and then fail it? Obviously, the percentage is very less for the success in this particular domain. So at that time, we struggled a lot to motivate the student, to charge up the students. Then you come and then you start your own companies. Your idea is very good. So they were presenting their ideas to different hackathons and competitions. But as far as innovation incubation center is concerned, they were not interested. Maybe the societal pressure also. हर फादर ये सोचता है, पेरेंट्स ये सोचते हैं कि एक बार बीटेक करे एंड जॉब मिले एंड आफ्टर 2 years you'll marry her being a women university, and that is basically the common societal concern. As a parent, I also think like that only. So but now in last few years the system is changing at national level, so the same as at university level also. A lot of students are coming for with their ideas and they want to start their startups. I think more than 150 students are in pre-incubation center at my university. and I think 40 startups are already working with the support of DST, MIT, and other funding agencies. So I think now the change is coming out of these 40. I think 7 or 8 are very good. They are earning a good amount. They are into means the final phase. They are doing business at international level also. So the shift is now from job seekers to the job providers. I think there are 3-4 startups who have employed more than 50 per company in their companies. So and this is the change basically in recent years.
Time is very short, but we can take one quick question from Amy. Yes, sir, please. Yes, please.
Since morning, we are talking about AI, Vishwaguru, and so many things, infrastructure and so many things. If you see the prospects of any engineering college, any university, 80% of the university or college, deemed university, whatever colleges are there, they mentioned in their prospects कि हमारे कॉलेज में ये कंपनियां आई रिक्रूटमेंट के लिए, उन्होंने 1.5 लाख रुपया मिनिमम, 10 लाख रुपया मैक्सिमम जो है ये दिया, जस्ट टू अट्रैक्ट द पेरेंट जो पढ़ेंगे. किसी भी प्रोस्पेक्ट में ये नहीं लिखा कि मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी या मेरे कॉलेज ने कितने स्टार्टअप किए, कितने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए किए, कितने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए किए, किसी में भी नहीं है. इवन इंदिरा गांधी यूनिवर्सिटी हमारे जहां से मैंने पास किया दिल्ली कॉलेज, उसमें भी नहीं है. तो ये बातें करना और ये अपना स्टेज के ऊपर करना, इसमें जो है मेक इन इंडिया स्टार्टअप जो है, we are organizing one meeting on Saturday at Gurgaon. There are 6 investors. One investor is from my college, Delhi College of Engineering. I have approached so many engineering college कि भाई जो आपके स्टार्टअप है उनको मैं वहाँ फीड करूंगा, लेके जाऊंगा. उनकी क्या रिक्वायरमेंट, आज तक किसी कॉलेज ने मेरे को 2 दिन रह के किसी ने दिया ही नहीं है कि कोई है ही नहीं है स्टार्टअप. तो इसलिए मेरा इसमें आपका वर्षन ये है कि आपकी थिंकिंग में थोड़ा सा चेंज लाना पड़ेगा. अब ये इंदिरा गांधी यूनिवर्सिटी में कह रहे हैं 50% वैकेंसी जो है वो खाली पड़ी हुई है, 1.5 साल लगता है रिक्रूट करने के लिए. आप दिल्ली में बैठे हुए हो, कश्मीरी गेट में हमारा वहाँ दिल्ली कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग होता जहाँ आप बैठे हुए हैं और बड़े अच्छे स्केल हैं, तो आपकी क्या कमी है कि जो आप उसमें नहीं कर सकते ये सारी. और फिर आप हर साल बच्चे पैदा वो अपना पास आउट करवाए जा रहे हो 50% फैकल्टी में. तो क्या आप क्वालिटी आपकी वही है, 50% हो, 30% हो और 100% हो? कोई क्वालिटी सफर नहीं करती है अगर फिर उसमें हो.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. 2 चीजें हैं. एक तो जो एडवर्टीजमेंट में आप कह रहे हैं कि 1.5 लाख से लेके 10 लाख तक का पैकेज होता है. प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि पेरेंट्स वही सुनना चाहते हैं. फैक्ट ये है, अगर आप ये कहें कि 4 कंपनी शुरू की जिनका टर्नओवर आज की डेट में 4 लाख रुपए साल, बिकॉज एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज नॉट दैट थिंग कि 2 साल में आप करोड़पति बन जाएंगे. इट विल टेक ईयर्स, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years टू रीच दैट लेवल. अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि मेरा बच्चा अभी 1 साल बाद 50 लाख का पैकेज लेगा बिकॉज he'll complete बीटेक. दूसरा है कि अच्छा नहीं ठीक है पैकेज तो कोई बात नहीं, he'll start his own company, maybe he'll successful, may not be successful, नहीं होगा 2 साल बाद 4 साल बाद देखें. So basically this is a marketing strategy, frankly speaking. अगर कोई ये कहे कि मतलब स्टार्टअप, yes, now this change is coming, ऐसा नहीं है कि बिल्कुल नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं लोग. People are changing now. We are publicizing this aspect on various platforms also. We have 31 startups, so it is a good sign. But to give it to the parents, it will take time, because अभी हमें वो सेल करना है जो सामने वाले को चाहिए होता है. बिल्कुल. अगर हम ये कहें कि हमने 4 कंपनी शुरू की and turnover is say 10 lakh, 15 lakh, nobody will accept it. They'll say कि पैकेज अच्छा है. So I think शायद reality यही है.
Absolutely, absolutely correct. Very well answered. Thank you very much. Could we please bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this particular panel? Thank you very much. Can I please request you all to kindly come forward for a quick picture? Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. All right. Looking at everybody's faces, once again requesting everyone to kindly stand. Please do not look for me in the parking lot. Where is that lady asking us to stand everything now? I'm quickly gonna take my car and go home. All right, fantastic. Well, let me quickly walk you through why I do this. It has been said that when we clap our hands together, as you know, there's a very prominent yoga position, yoga pose as well. When we clap our hands together, it prompts blood circulation, sends signals to our brains, helps us get more oxygen, helps us focus. So on the count of 3, 2, 1, let's clap. Come on, everyone. Louder this time. Come on. Louder. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. With this, we are now headed towards the second last panel discussion of today's conclave. The topic at hand for the next one is global gates and local voices, uniting campuses through collaboration and vernacular. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Joining us first and foremost is the Dean at Lloyd Business School. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ripudaman Gaur. Up next, Deputy Director, Bharatiya Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Application and Management. Please welcome Dr. Ritika Vasan. Up next, let's welcome the Director at ITS Engineering College, Professor Dr. Mayank Garg. Time to welcome the final panelist, the Vice Chairman of Sona Institutions and CEO of Sona Star. Please welcome Thiagu Valiappa. And completing the panel, please put your hands together for the moderator, Senior Editor at BW Business World, Mr. Ruhail Amin.
Thank you, Sabjit. Thank you for being part of this conversation here. I think we have a topic that is at the heart of the education system in many ways, and with your expertise and the insights that you bring, we'll quickly dwell into some of those questions. In the group chat that we had earlier, I saw that there were some questions preferred. So let me put a very generic question to start with, and maybe we can start with Dr. Ritika Watson, with you first. Can you give me a sense of what are the best practices, according to you, that we should adopt to bring a greater collaboration where a vernacular, kind of, addition to education can make it more relevant? Can you just throw an initial overview on this before we go to many specific questions?
Thank you for the question, Rohit. And see, when we talk of this vernacular education move, which has been envisioned by the National Education Policy 2020, I would also like to bring this to the notice of the House that if we talk of technical education in India, English historically has been the primary language of focus for technical education when we talk about it. So this is a big challenge for a country like India, which has a population close to 1.45 billion, where the student and the learner, they are coming, I would say, from different vernacular backgrounds. And the level of proficiency of English among all these learners, it varies significantly. So I think this was the challenge that was identified by the makers of the National Education Policy when they actually envisioned this concept of vernacular languages at all levels of education, and they promoted development of high quality higher education institutions which could actually teach bilingually or in vernacular modes. So I think that has been the main policy behind that. But again, when talking about this vernacular education move, though we have a few exemplary examples like IIT, I would say has Jodhpur has already started a BTech course in English and Hindi. But when I talk about this particular move, it's a big challenge. And this challenge actually requires working at various levels, be it policy making, be it curriculum designing, be it collaboration between universities to make available the vernacular language experts, or be it collaboration with technology so that the technological initiatives can be brought forward to bring the trainers on board as well as the students on board. So yes, this is a big challenge, but I would say it's a great move in a country like India, where we have a lot of innovation, but that innovation needs to be trapped at the grassroots level itself.
Can I request everyone to kind of pay attention, because I could hear some murmurs here on stage is quite, can hear it very starkly. Dr. Gaur, to you, what are some of the observations on the campus that you have seen closely when people are from a certain rural background, and they are coming to terms with a language that is global in its outlook? Have you ever noticed that there is a gap that we really need to focus on the vernacular kind of an approach? Have you really felt at a need for this? I just want to understand from you.
Yes, I mean, we are in a country where English is seen as a success of an individual in a larger part of the country. So we teach in a business school or in engineering institution where students are coming from remote backgrounds, right? They may be good in analytics, may be good in mathematics, but they lack English. And unfortunately, if a student is lacking in English, we judge him on the based off his language. So this move of taking care of his own language into the academics, I think it's a great move. It was needed, I would say much needed. Not coming to the topic, if you allow me, right? Global gates and local voice. So we live in a world we call globalization. We have to take care and we have to spread our horizon, spread our wings so that global integration can happen, but not to forget our own roots. So kind of education system that can back our own roots, thanks to this, the back of Indian knowledge system, and this global integration is much needed. Rather than taking things out to in, we should promote inside out, promoting our own roots and Indian knowledge system to the world. Maybe this could be an approach.
But the world should also understand that language, that's also a challenge. We'll come to it. Let me start with you, Dr. Garg, and then I'll have my final comment. Is there any example from your institution where vernacular approach is being practiced and it has kind of delivered some results?
Very good afternoon to all of you. I think vernacular teaching is in our practice.
I thought you can be closer to yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Now it is okay, sir. I would like to answer your question once again after we finish this panel discussion that you have asked in the previous panel. Okay. I think we are practicing the vernacular teaching pedagogy since inception, because we are not good in English at the school levels also and at the engineering level also. I have done my 12th from UP board Hindi medium, and I did my BTech, then ME, then PhD, then postdoctoral, all is in English, but gradually I could learn English. I did my work in English, and I can explain my ideas or my topics in English. So it is saying this, we are adopting it now. It is has since inception, we are doing the same thing. And it is the only thing that we have not given it a proper platform. Now the government is giving it a platform that we take in Hindi, in computer science. AICT has launched a course for it. AICT has launched a course. Some institutes, private institutes, I belong to private institute working in private institutions of engineering from last 18 years. And from starting, I'm seeing in my BTech also, the teachers were teaching Hindi. The main topic that that has been discussed is in Hindi, and then it is translated to English. So it is our practice. So saying this, we cannot survive without using that approach, bilingual practice. It is in our roots, and we are doing it. The basic thing is that our development was slow because we have focused very much on the English language.
Right. Absolutely. I think the obsession we have for English, even the English don't have that obsession for English. You know,
we are
sad.
teaching. We
That's
are
sad. And we feel so embarrassed, you know, that we don't know English. Russia, in a country like France, if they don't speak, they're okay. But I think we have taken it on we have a colonial legacy maybe because of that, right? You want to add a point? You want to add something?
Yes, I want to add on to that because very important to cite over here, right? If you look at the developed countries, right? Most of the developed countries, they transit, they talk, they communicate in their own language. And if you look at the countries at the bottom, they're the countries they don't proud on their own language. One point. Number two, you said that how institutions are taking care of vernacular language. I give my own example. I come from a very small village. छठी class में ABCD पढ़ना शुरू किया था. वो सब उस तरह के example से हम आते हैं. So I have taken this initiative in my business school. मेरे को innovation पढ़ाना है तो मैं innovation को उस language में पढ़ाऊंगा, संस्कृत में पढ़ाएंगे. इनोवेशन जैसे सब्जेक्ट को मैं इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम से हमने पढ़ाना शुरू किया है. सो फॉर दैट एग्जांपल अगर मैं उसको रेफर करता हूं तो इनोवेशन को समझाने के लिए वी स्टार्टेड टेलिंग जो गीता का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड्स है, वशांस जीर्णानि यथा विहाय, कि आत्मा अजर है, अमर है. जिस तरीके से मनुष्य पुराने वस्त्रों को त्याग करके नए वस्त्रों को धारण करता है, उसी तरीके से आत्मा दूसरे शरीर में प्रवेश करती है. नाउ वी लिंक इट टू द इनोवेशन. How big school it has been to tell whole world. मैंने इसलिए कहा था कि हम अपनी परंपरा को पूरी दुनिया को लेकर के जाएं, तभी तो ग्लोबल ग्रिड्स में हम जाएंगे. मैंने कहा कि जिस तरीके से कृष्णा ने कहा कि पुराने वस्त्रों को त्याग करके नए वस्त्रों का धारण करता है, उसी तरीके से कृष्णा कह रहे हैं कि पुराने थॉट्स, पुराने आइडियाज, पुरानी टेक्नोलॉजी, उसको त्याग करके मनुष्य को परस्पर निरंतर लगातार इनोवेशन के लिए प्रेरित करना पड़ेगा, जिसमें जीवन निहित है. तो ये छोटे छोटे एग्जांपल्स हैं जो हम ग्लोबल इंटीग्रेशन अपनी जो लोकल वॉइस के साथ कर सकते हैं.
Absolutely, but I mean, हम अगर संस्कृत में पढ़ाते हैं तो फिर कल को नासा में जाएंगे तो एक प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेंगे. We'll come to those points. You know, how do we have a universal language in the institution that is globally accepted at the same time? I want to come to
प्रॉब्लम तो ये ना, नासा में जाएंगे, इसरो में क्यों नहीं जाएंगे?
Okay, let's face it.
जब तक हम ये सोच रखेंगे ना, सिर्फ डिस्कशंस होंगे. I'm sorry, सिर्फ डिस्कशन होंगे.
Sure. We'll have a follow-up question on it. So let me come to you, Mr. Valleppa. Do you think we have a symbolic inclusion to systemic change when it comes to embedding regional languages? Is it surface level or is it really deep down having some impact?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody, and good to be here, though after lunch, and we have warmed up now. Just to I think a lot have been said during the day about AI and technology and stuff like that, and now we're getting to languages. So I think English took away a lot. They took away millions and millions. The only asset they left back is English. And that is where the technology has grown today. If you see, I come from a city of Bangalore. We have more than 65% doing English language. That's an asset today. I'm not saying you shouldn't learn other languages. At the same time, at the background of this, over the last 10 years, Sona College of Technology is amongst India's greatest asset in terms of teaching Japanese to the engineering students. Today, we have more than 250 students of ours working in Japan at a very high rate of salaries. So it's not a question of what language you know, it's a question of how much it makes for you. The salaries that the Japanese are giving is unparalleled to Indian technology. Coming back to the thing that you're talking about, how we could develop this into a thing. So yesterday, all the government decisions or letters are given by the local language. It could be Kannada and Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and then here maybe Hindi. But then my daughter is 14 years old, so she took the letter, she used Google Translate, and she gave it to me immediately. So I think today technology becoming more and more apt. So you have the bots which can give you immediately. So what I'm trying to say is the technology is going to be a great leveler for languages going henceforth.
I think the entire approach to teaching with tech will change, because today if I have to translate anything in any language, you can do it within seconds, right?
And just as we speak, I think Google yesterday launched a platform where Sundar Pichai was talking about 2 days ago. And I think it's an immediate AI recognition thing. So you speak to it and it'll give you back in whatever language you want or you have.
Yeah, wonderful. Dr. Wasson, how can shared labs and dual degree programs integrate vernacular curricula to boost small town enrollment according to you?
Thank you for the question. See, when it comes over to shared labs, again, I would say it is again, shared labs are industry sponsored labs. So when you talk about these industry sponsored lab, and we have some very prominent and I would say successful industry sponsored lab, which are actually doing great work in vernacular technology as well as it in rural India. See, what we need is we have a lot of innovation in our grassroots population. We need to bring them up. We need to push them towards thinking. You talk of tools, technology, you talk of language, I think they can pick it up very quickly. So when you talk of these shared labs, the best part of these shared labs is that yes, you are getting the current information. You are having industry experts who may come to you in a blended mode, maybe online, maybe offline, as the possibility may be. And they will give you, I would say, updated information about that current technology. So as such, these shared labs are a wonderful idea which are being pushed by the government, which have been taken up by a number of, I would say, industries. Like we have this Infosys Springboard program, we have IBM Skills Build program. They are doing wonders, I would say, especially in the rural and the semi-urban areas of the country. So a lot of the learner population, which I would say could not access technical education due to absence of resources, due to no knowledge of the language, are now coming up. And these new technologies like Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, we have been talking of for so long, these are becoming accessible to all of them. And using these technologies, what I would say is the most important is that this population can actually find sustainable solutions to the local problems they are facing at the places where they are residing. So that way, these technologies, I would say, industry sponsored labs are doing great work.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Gore, we have an ocean of knowledge in India. We have an ancient civilization. Leave the language aside, it is immaterial. Why is it that our colleges, our higher education institutions have not produced people who have built a global product? What is the reason for it from an expert perspective? Just to add to your earlier answer.
सर देखिए प्रॉब्लम थोड़ा अलग है यहाँ पर. Ideally क्या होना चाहिए? Best brain of the country must come into teaching. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. So
you guys are the best brains in front of me.
Listen, the tendency of a student, the best brain doesn't want to come into teaching. Exceptions aside. Why? Because maybe utna incentivized nahi hai teaching, maybe utna facilities nahi, maybe could be that. सिंस हमारा वो थॉट प्रोसेस और एटीट्यूड ही नहीं है बेस्ट लाने का, बाकी जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है वहां पर अगर आप देखेंगे जिन कंट्रीज का आप प्रेफरेंस देना चाह रहे हैं, प्रोबेबली द बेस्ट ब्रेन कम्स टू टीचिंग। तो जब वो एटीट्यूड ही नहीं है तो सर वो प्रॉब्लम तो रहेगी।
And how can we fix it? Any suggestion?
I think it must start from government initiatives, isn't it? गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव का आप प्रायोरिटाइज करना शुरू करिए। टीचिंग को आप मोस्ट इंसेंटिवाइज्ड प्रोफेशन बनाइए, फिर देखिए चेंज होता है कि नहीं होता।
Wonderful point.
Sir, I want to add in it. Now the practice is, in the last panel discussion, there was discussion on the professor of practice. The industry peoples who are who want to give their inputs for teaching has been, government has done their job now. Now they have opened the UGC and AICT to appoint professor of practice. That has come. And this will help the improve the quality of teaching. But it will take time because when a thing is added to the system, it takes time to get absorbed and a proper output comes after 10 to 15 years only. As the national education policy we are talking of in 2020, many things, multidisciplinary concept has been started in 2012. The IoT was introduced in the engineering college and it was given to all students. In my college, I have introduced IoT for all branches. When in my previous college, I have started the IoT lab. And the teachers who are teaching that IoT, they comes from different engineering groups and they have developed themselves in that area. So government has given you the platform now and it will support the system, but it will take time to get the desired output.
So you're saying we have started, but the impact will be felt with time, right?
Let me just add to that. I think the blended teaching, we're talking about blended education. I think blended teaching is the name of the game today. As we speak, we've been in touch with top industry players in Bangalore and across GCC sectors today. We find that more than 70% of the industry people want to come and teach. So instead of we creating teachers who can also go to the industry people want to come and teach. So we are looking at a finishing school in Bangalore, which is going to be run 65% from industry. And that is going to be something where on the concept I keep using, a person who makes the plane doesn't fly the plane. So the person who teaches doesn't run the company and the person who runs the company doesn't teach. So if you have a blend of both, right. So you know both sides of the coin, and that would give you a much better hands-on experience. Like we talk about students having hands-on experience. How many teachers have hands-on experience in the industry? So we, as a matter of fact, we say engineering. So we've coined the spelling engineering, N-E-R-A-N-G. So you have to be near the engines. So otherwise, the teachers are not going to be there to teach exactly what is required for the students.
I think you raise a very profound point. I mean, that's a very matter of introspection for all of us. Ma'am, let me ask you, we spoke about tech. Tech has changed our approach to the vernacular integration, as we say. Are there any kind of live case examples or use case examples where the AI, the translation tools, they are really impacting the way vernacular is being integrated in the campus?
Absolutely. There are many such examples. Like if you talk of translation tools, we have this Microsoft Translator tool, which is gaining a lot of popularity now. So what generally happens now, I was talking about students, they are coming from the grassroots level. So all these students, they do not have the same level of, I would say, English background. And when you talk of technology based tutorials, good tutorials, there remains a fact that good tutorials are still available in English. So in that case, the students nowadays, they are easily using the translator tool. I would say within a few seconds, they are translating it to their understanding, they are implementing it and they're getting out solutions. So that way, AI based tools, and I would say this learning age is very fast in grasping all these tools and technologies. So they very easily make up with the tool. They just need to know that, okay, this tool is available for a solution to this particular problem. And they'll implement it, they'll get the solution, and they'll come to you that, okay, ma'am, we have the solution ready. So that is the point. But over here, the most important point is that you need to guide them properly. That, okay, have a look around you. Where is the problem around you? Try to find a solution to that problem. And we need to integrate that into our courses. So that is the main point that is coming.
So it's no longer a handicap. I mean, as long as you know how to use the
No,
tools.
not
well,
at all.
right?
I'll give you an example from one of my previous students. He was coming from a rural background and he was not very well versed with English. And within the course, he was obviously English was the medium of communication. He tried himself, but he could never, I would say, score very well, though he was technically sound. And the same student, after passing out, he went back to his home background. He launched an MSME because we had given him guidance for that. He launched an MSME, and today he is a budding entrepreneur who is giving a number of localized solutions, and he's doing very well, not just for himself, but his local community. So that is the point what I would like to bring out, that even if we talk about global solutions, we somewhere have those Indian minds. The only, I would say, gap we have over here is that we need to train all our young minds so that we have more of that innovation and research. So that can only be made popular once we break this language background. I'm not saying that we should just leave away English. Let's include it into that multilinguistic framework. We need to have a well-binded framework where language is no longer a limitation. So that is the main point that should be there.
So if you see today's generation, I think language is not at all a major factor. It's more experiential learning, it's more fun learning, gamification, tech-based solutions, and of course, machine-based, connectivity. Alexas of the world are becoming more and more prominent. As a matter of fact, 80% of the youngsters use Alexas much more than a 30-year-old or something like that. So I think what the world is going through is a change today, and I think India is probably the most well-placed country in both academia as well as in the terms of growth, the GDP, as well as the economy, as well as we probably have one of the strongest governments today, thanks to the ecosystem today. And this is where the defense sector will give huge jobs to the future. I think the connect with education as a superpower can only be taken if we really think that we are superpower and start looking at ourselves as a powerful entity to go forward with. That's what I would say.
I want to ask a question to Mr. Gore, Dr. Gore, and then come to you. Yeah. If we look at startups, India has a robust startup ecosystem and corporations adopting engineering campuses, as hubs of multilingual industry alliance, upskilling centers. What are the best, any word of advice for them? How can they integrate with campuses to do that? Startups, corporations, yes.
Right. So we often said that to be a bullfighter, you must learn to be a bull first, right? I think it is an ideal condition that the startup ecosystem in the engineering colleges or institutions, they should go hand in hand with the people who are experiencing that. The decision maker of universities and colleges, they must put forward, they have to keep their egos aside. No matter how small this startup is a startup, because one startup, even if it is a failure, give a lot of learning. So usually what happens, we go integration with the startup, we think from the branding perspective. We have this name in our bucket, we have this name in the bucket. So we have to keep this factor aside. Every startup, whosoever has taken his step out, taking a venture, should joint work with engineering or institutions. This could be an approach. हमको वो जो approach है ना कि हमारे basket में कौन सा brand है, वो जो हम सोचते हैं अपनी branding के लिए, वो अलग रखना पड़ेगा. एक तो ये चीज होना चाहिए. दूसरा, ये it was there before in previous panel also. और सर ने भी वो सवाल पूछा था कि हम नहीं बात करते startups की, हम बात करते हैं कितना देते हैं, मतलब हाईएस्ट प्लेसमेंट कितना, स्टूडेंट का वो सवाल।
The ads also don't show they show the salary also. The
हाँ।
ads in the
और
banner
उधर से
also.
जवाब भी आया था, एंड आई थिंक दैट्स राइट, कि हम वही बेचते हैं जो खरीदने वाला मिलता है। तो लेकिन हम बेच नहीं रहे, हम तो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन से हमको पथ प्रदर्शक माना जाता है। अगर हम बेच रहे हैं तो हम बंद कर रहे हैं पथ प्रदर्शक कहना अपने आप को, isn't it? So the best universities can start saying this. कुछ जो बी ग्रेड इंस्टीट्यूशंस की वो मजबूरी हो सकती है, अपने आप को प्लेसमेंट बेच रहे हैं, लेकिन जो टॉप यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं जिनको एडमिशन की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो तो प्राउडली बोल सकते हैं ना कि हमने स्टार्टअप, फेल स्टार्टअप है लेकिन स्टार्टअप बेच रहे हैं। तो ये थोड़ा माइंडसेट, दो तीन कुछ चीजें होंगी तो मुझे लग रहा है बदलाव आएगा। और सर भाषा को लेकर के मैं ये बात सबको बोल देना चाहता हूँ, मेरा ये व्यक्तिगत पीड़ा है कि हम डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, हम सब अपने बच्चों को जो पढ़ा रहे हैं बेस्ट एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं, और बेस्ट एजुकेशन ऐसी है कि हम बच्चे से जब पूछते हैं बच्चा 35 क्या होता है, वो नहीं जानता। अगर मेरे बच्चे को ये 35, 34, 36 का मतलब नहीं पता, तो खुद से पूछ ले, क्या ये भारत वो भारत बन जाएगा जिसकी हम कल्पना कर रहे हैं? हम हायर एजुकेशन में तो बात करते हैं इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की, इंटीग्रेशन की, और प्राइमरी एजुकेशन में हम उसको 35, 36 नहीं सिखा रहे। मैं अपना उदाहरण दे रहा हूं सर, आधी उम्र मुझे ये प्रूव करने में लग गई कि मेरे को इंग्लिश आती है। जब ये प्रूव कर दिया, क्योंकि ग्रेजुएशन तक कुछ नहीं आता था, ना हिंदी आती थी ना इंग्लिश आती थी, जब ये प्रूव कर दिया तो ये महसूस हो रहा है कि अब मेरे को संस्कृत सीखना है। ना जितना मैं एफर्ट कर रहा हूँ उसी दिशा में कर।
I'm being so genuine. I mean, this is amazing. We need more people like that. So you wanted to add a point, right? Or
I want to add that it is very painful when a student leaves the course due to the pressure of English. And there are cases.
Are there any such cases?
Yes, sir, there are cases. I have 18 years working as director in different organizations, and the students coming from core rural background, they leave courses. 2 or 3 cases would be coming to every institute of private institution I'm talking about, not of the government institutions. They are leaving their program due to pressure of English, and they are not able to write their question papers. But it is the failure of our system, our thinking process, and our faculty members who are not giving them a sincere support, because English language is learning in English language, writing in English. It is a matter of 1 month time when you join an engineering program. It will take only 1 month, 1 or 2 months, sincere efforts from the student, supported by the faculty. He can or she can do wonders. The basic problem is that we are not supporting our students who are from rural background, and we are more focused on the 35% population of the cities, because they are habitual of teaching that.
Right. So we have 37 seconds for you, sir.
Yeah, so you spoke about startups. So the startups today, if you look at academia, AICT and universities and others spend so much of time, effort and money on putting things to the infrastructure side. So we had an infrastructure before this panel. So the infrastructure is used 18% of the time. 82% of all education institutes infrastructure is not being used. So if you take that as an asset and build that into a next opportunity for people, industry to come and use a shared services, you spoke about shared services. So this could be a huge opportunity for rural India to really utilize education platforms across the country and take it into a much bigger aspect. And these are all things which could come through a startup ecosystem, through a company or a college supported as well.
No, I think what I can gather is that we are not lacking in terms of infra or other such facilities. I think the mindset at play has to improve to make sense of that infra that we have. But thank you for joining us on this wonderful discussion and sharing your insights. Thank you so much.
Rohil, I want to add something. Sir has asked a question in the last panel. Sir, I want to tell that there is an institute, government institute, who do not have placement cell, because it is the Institute for Entrepreneurship Development. The Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India in Ahmedabad, they do not have a placement division, but 80% of the students, those come out from that students, get job. Because I think and I understand that a good entrepreneur can be a good employee. Only a good entrepreneur can be a good employee. No other than if you want to get a good job, you should have an ability of good entrepreneur.
Right, and my anchor is in front of me and kind of gesturing that we have
Well, I
reached the end of
believe
this
we
discussion, but thank
cannot-
you so much. Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this particular panel. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a quick picture? सब भार educators पर तो नहीं डाल सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा भार students पर भी डालना होगा. The irony of life is we fail to understand the importance of education by the time we fail to understand the importance of education by the time we're in school, but once we are out of university and school and out and about in the real life, that's when we get to know how important education is. And by that time, it's a little too late, but not for the people who are here at the Engineering Excellence Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, not fancying myself as a mind reader, but I do know what you all are thinking. Well, I can suggest that you can quickly pick your poison. Join me back for the final panel discussion. The topic at hand is Engineers for Earth, purpose-driven projects that impact society. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Please put your hands together for Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, ITFI Tech School, Dehradun. Please give it up for Professor Amit Das. Joining us up next, Professor and Dean at DIT University, Dr. Naveen Singhal. डॉक्टर सिंघल एक सेकंड रुक जाइए. मैं चाहूंगी कि आप भी स्टेज पर बाकी सब पैनलिस्ट की तरह ही आए. आपका स्वागत भी जोरदार तालियों से ही किया जाएगा. प्लीज गिव इट अप फॉर डॉक्टर नवीन सिंघल. थैंक यू. Let's welcome the next panelist, Vice Chancellor at Alliance University. Please give it up for Dr. Priestley Shan. Our next panelist serves as the Executive Committee member at Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad. Please welcome Professor Senthil Vadavilti. Joining us on stage, our next panelist, a former IPS and DGP, Vice Chancellor at Sports University of Haryana. Please welcome Shri Ashok Kumar. Our next panelist, Dean at Faculty of Engineering and Technology, JMI. Please give it up for Dr. Mini S. Thomas. Time to welcome the final panelist, Associate Professor at Bennett University, Greater Noida. Please welcome Dr. Achyut Shankar. Well, I believe he will be here momentarily. He was around. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, FRSA London, Vice Chancellor, IILM University, Gurugram.
It's almost like a, platform. I wonder how I'll see you. Can somebody help? Just it's a light one. Thank you. Okay. Right. Right.
ladies and gentlemen, and passionate engineers of India. So round of applause for your presence here. Great. I think very interesting panel. All of the panel members who are right here, I think 3 vice chancellors, top experts in the field of computer science. I think a lot should be the takeaway from this. I just want to leave a few lines of thought so that, it's better for us to discuss. This session is definitely dedicated and exploring the profound impact of engineering on our planet and society. So primarily, what we are really going to focus on in this discussion is what are the purpose-driven initiatives that individually and collectively that higher learning institutions, together with government bodies as well as industry, can take to make an impact in the society. So in the spirit of collaboration and innovation, I encourage every panelist to share your insights and experiences. Together we can ignite the ideas and empower communities, heal our planet, and redefine the future of engineering. As we are at the crossroads, we are seeing right from climate change to other big geopolitical issues, and many of that, yes, maybe the very big buzzword, which is AI, that could be there, but there is much more profound than just a technology. So there needs to be a human intelligence co-piloted with, AI. So my very first question, so this is to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shan from Alliance University. I would really want to ask you that, are the community engineering projects in your institution and rural internships effectively embedded to create the social impact through your curriculum?
Thanks for this question, ma'am. And thanks to all the panelists, the previous panels and my co-panelists also. Quickly, I'll just bring a couple of thoughts that we have introduced in the last 2 years. It took a lot of time for us to brainstorm. I'll just touch upon impact also. All the previous panels were talking about startups, incubation, and recently I also remember our Honorable Minister talking the startup Mahakumbh about the startups that have come up. One thought that we embedded inside us in the last 2 years was, can we have a societal component coming inside the startup innovation ecosystem that is happening? I'll give 2 success stories and then we'll tell you how it came in actually. One of the success story recently is, if you have gone to the Terminal 2 of Bangalore Airport, you might have seen the elephants over there. The elephants are made up of one particular plant which is invading the forest of Tamil Nadu in the Satyamangalam region. It's called Lantra species of plants actually. And the tribals over there are trying to get rid of that so that the native species of plants and trees can be grown up over there. And one PhD student came up with an idea saying that, so why can't we convert this plant, take these plants and create some fibers out of it, which can be used for some application. We started this work before 2 years from a mechanical engineering student, and today I can share the pictures also to you, maybe if you want after this discussion. We have created the artificial food, which is equivalent to Jaipur food for the people who are, but the weight carrying capacity at this stage is only just than 40 kgs actually. We are trying how it can improve. When a Jaipur food is selling as 40,000 rupees, we were able to manufacture it at 3,000 to 4,000 rupees price point actually. What I am trying to bring up over here is this project, and along with that more than 20 such products came out of one course that is called as Solving for Bharat. We introduced a course called Solving for Bharat, where the students are supposed to go to the society. 15 days they have to do an rural immersion program. It can be in the rural area, it can be in the urban area, it can be with any of the builders over there, to see what are the problem statements that are being present over there. And then what we told them is, see how the natural resources that are available can be used as an alternate for bringing other solutions. 2 more products I'll tell you. One product is, wherever we are going, we are using thermocol as the packaging tool actually. And the students who worked on the orange peel, the orange or vegetable peels they took up, They developed a material, and that material is now serving as an packaging material for food packets. With some additional catalyst to it, it can also change its color when the shelf life for the food is changing actually. And I'll just wind up my speech with the last product. Again, a student from electronics and computer science came together, and they came and told that the carbon emission is more in the streets actually. So why can't I create an carbon material or a material that can absorb the carbon dioxide from the polluted areas? And now a product is in TRL level. We go with 2 TRL. One is TRL, technology readiness level, and we go only with TRL level products which are 8 or 9 into the patenting level. Also, IIT Madras has given us a very beautiful term called VRL, Village Readiness Level. And they have a NEST, NEST, the Nature, Society, Economy and Technology. So NEST is the fourth letter word that they have given a coin for VRL readiness actually. So we have embedded that also. Any student who is coming to Alliance University, irrespective of the domain, they have to go through this course on solving for Bharat, where they have to go to society, pick up the problems and come with a solution.
Great. I think great points. And I think let's give him a round of applause for all the new products that you have launched, and specifically because students are, taking it forward. So taking from where you left, I would like to go to Dr. Naveen. He is, of course, the professor and dean at DIT University. How can design for disability or water, waste solutions be made a core competency for every engineering student, that they start thinking or working in these lines?
Good question, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the experts on the dais and off the dais. Ma'am, this is a very good question you are asking. Presently, what I've seen in the course curriculum, these are the basically descriptive elective or open elective in the courses. Either you will teach the water treatment, disaster, disability. But in my thought, this is the existing essential which is required for a student to work on this. I will tell you a success story in front of all the experts sitting in this hall. Suppose if there is a civil engineer in a university or in a college, and we will tell him how you will design this building, which is useful for a hearing impaired or who is not move or physically disabled person. So I think first time he will think, what should I do? What can I do? But if we as a teacher will explain the theory, how can you change the structure of a building? How can you help? I will tell you one thing. I have given a project to my student. We are working in a village where there is a very small school. About 50 students are coming there. I have given this project to the student. We have to make the water system very movable in this school, which is very good because the student will move away from the school and bring a small bucket of water daily inside the school. So we have started a work, my student changing the whole scenario of the system in the whole school, and there is a good quality of water is available in this, and the grass which is in the campus, they removed on his hand, and now at this time this school is a very beautiful school, and we count this work in their social responsibility. And in social responsibility, what they are doing more exercise. They go daily inside the school after 4 p.m. They taught the student to young small kids, and some of them are starting their journey from LKG, UKG and first class. Now they are in 12th class. This type of work, if we will present in our curriculum, because the NEP also tell us how you will expert a engineer or a professional from his own
knowledge. So this should be start from the level of college, from the level of university. How you will suppose either he may be electrical engineer, he may be a chemistry person. I am a chemistry person. I don't know anything about the civil engineering, but I can explain the civil engineer. How will you move a physically disabled student from third floor to ground floor? So this type of activity we have to start for our student in our university or in our colleges, so that they know how my knowledge will be implemented seriously to the society. And there is a system. If you will tell a student, you please give me this glass of water, he is unable to provide you the glass of water. He think, okay, this is how he is asking me a glass of water. But when we will start this type of policy, this type of activity in our curriculum, then he will understand the meaning of giving a glass of water to any person, what type of social responsibility he has.
Perfect. I think that was a great answer and what you have been doing there. And that just reminds me that at the university, IIM University, we are of course at the very hub of Gurgaon, but you know, Gurgaon has a lot of other pockets of roads. So there we have community outreach through Legal Aid Center, behavioral labs where they are going. So I think these are great initiatives, and where, you know, students from be it engineering or management, they work towards the problem solving. So I think, Dr. Naveen, this was a great thought coming from you. I will go now to the youngest panelist here. He's filling up the gap. One of the professors not coming, but he is a very dynamic professor, Dr. Shankar from Bennett University. So a question to you is, you know, how are you seeing integrating sustainability into engineering design? So how SDG goals can be embedded? Do you see that happening within the university?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the panel members present here. So today I got chance to speak on this particular topic and be a part of this particular discussion. So what my aspect when we talk about SDG, software development goals, this, as we know that there are 17 SDG that is already described by United Nations. And
so it's on your head, you know, a computer science person, the software is the first thing, but yes, great, sustainable development goals, yes.
So when we talk about how we are integrating SDG to the students, to the BTech students or MTech students, even though PhD students are also part of this. What happening that when we talk about software development goals, likewise, I am taking one example. We have software development goal number 3 that is called good health and well-being. We have SDG 4 that is quality education. We have likewise we have many, and we can go up to 17, and a few of the things which I can
so
remember.
It will be very nice if you can give an example of any projects that you are doing or any of student.
Yeah, suppose if I take example about climate change, that also comes into SDG 13. That so what happens if we are asking students to do some of the projects which are real time, and how they can gather the data. Suppose if I ask the student to do how you are going to detect early cancer using machine learning or deep learning. So students are putting real effort in collecting the data. They are, we are guiding students not to simulate, means not to concentrate on the data which are available online. Even we are asking to go to the to visit to the hospitals, to go to the offline centers where you can get the real-time data. So what will happen if a student is using some real-time data? He will see that how actual we have a very major difference between simulation and the real time. So likewise, as I said you that we have we have gone with the machine learning as we told you that detection of the cancer early cancer using machine learning. So what happens, students are totally involved into the project, and at Bennett University, they have the facility. We have hatchery, which is fully, that giving support to the students. If that project is selected, we have some internal components, and if that is selected internally, we are asking the students to participate outside, which is happening.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar. I think that was very useful, and some of these initiatives are a must. But as we are at the last point of the embedded social impact curriculum, so it is the next Professor Senthil. If you can really throw some light on embedded social impact vis-a-vis how NEP addresses SDGs and skill development initiatives in curriculum towards sustainable development. So it will be very nice if you could really throw into some deep dive in these particular areas that you want to throw slides.
Thank you, ma'am. It's such a wonderful question. Thank you for BW Education for inviting us, and good evening to the panelists on the other side and panelists with my side. We started the previous session with a vernacular language, whether it is important towards education system or not. So pertaining to that, I want to start with a Tamil proverb which connects everything together. It's a poet called Magakavi Subramanya Bharati. Agni kunjondu kanden, adai angil or kattidai pondide vaithen. Vendu thanindadu kaadu, thalail veerathil kunjendrum muppendrum undo. This connects our president's APJ Abdul Kalamji's previous president word, igniting young minds. See, the spark may be a small spark. If we're putting into a deep dive bunker, even in forest, it completely destroys the forest. So educating young minds, it is not required much. It's need a simple spark. National education policy very specifically hits on this, because we are trying towards make ourselves Vishwa Bharat, where we are leading towards global leader. If you talk about global leadership, you need to understand the global education. So International Alliance of Engineering, IAE, which is giving us a wonderful thought towards different accords, especially we are working on Washington Accord. In Washington Accord, recent suggestion, what they made it, graduate attribute and professional competencies, GAPC 4.0, very specifically hits on complex engineering problems. How are you going to address complex engineering problems in engineering discipline? What NEP says, NEP talks about skill-based education, where the skill need to hit to the core. Connecting these two and the recent requirement of India, where the NSDC Skill Development Council starts from the skill level 1 up to 10, where I want to deal with skill level 7 to 10, where the graduate of engineering education need to put their mind for the complex engineering problem. If you want to connect this, working on cognitive domain, it is not really supports. We need to work on affirmative and psychometric domains too. In that way, if you want to work on affirmative and psychometric domain, where your mindset of the student need to connect towards real-time progress. In our university, very specifically we are working on every semester, end of the semester, student need to go for an internship. That is not a fundamental thing. The very first internship should be an NGO internship. Yes. Where if they are going for that internship, they will get they get empathize about the social relevant problems. From there,
they get your point. Great.
Yes.
I think it's a great point. I just wanted to add that each of the sector skill councils that, the skill ministry and now the universities are working together. I think it's a very good idea to associate with them, be it the automobile sector or any other sector. And then a lot of projects are available. A lot of funding are available also. And so there is a need to bring in the vocational education as well as skill education.
very specifically, ma'am, I'm coming there only. The ideology is that
We'll
only.
come back to you. We'll come back to you. You have next to you, we have the Vice Chancellor sitting here patiently. He's a former IPS and DGP and now current Vice Chancellor at the Sports University in Haryana. It itself sounds very sporty and encouraging because the youth of India and especially Haryana, a lot of youth are getting into the sports and doing wonders. But we are at the institutional purpose question, very typically thrown at the vice chancellors. So my question to you is, would creating a dedicated center for engineering and society cement this social impact on campus-wide priority? Can we cement the two things? Like basically, one would be creating a center for engineering and society, which means engineering for purpose, or like that the topic itself is engineers for earth.
Certainly it will, this is what I feel, because engineering for social impact, that's what the topic is. And it will provide a hub or a center or a platform for the same, right? So that way it will provide a platform for NEP, all the NEP goals, and also the SDG targets, a common platform, first thing. Secondly, we can, involve all the nearby NGOs, all the nearby, let's say, villagers or town people and all the students, teachers. It can be a platform for research for social impact and innovation. Third, it can, give ideas for startups to the students, right, who want to make a social impact. I'll give you 2 examples from my area, what I could just think of. Like now I'm in Rai, Sonipat, and nearby is Panipat. So if I want to create social impact there, the biggest problem is water table going down, right? Water conservation is just not there. All the water that comes runs off to the rivers and then to the sea. Water table is going down. So how to conserve water and how to bring it up? It will help the society nearby like anything. And it's not a big thing. It can be done. Only thing is we need minds to sit together and start a project on social impact. Similarly, all the farmers of this area, they sell their products at very cheap prices. And when it is grown, when it is produced, but when it is sold later on, after 3-4 months, 6 months, it becomes 4 times. Sometimes potato and onion becomes 10 times. So if they can create storage capacity for these rural people, right? So they will not be forced to sell at such low prices, because that time they cannot store. And rich people, they store the same products and then sell at 10 times the cost.
Sustainable option.
So such, if I can create a center which is looking at social impact of engineering, it will provide a platform for all such activities, for all such research. It will involve the nearby people, nearby society, and who are all interested, and give a big boost, and also be in alignment with our NEP as well as SDG targets.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we are moving to a very interesting section because I see a lot of younger audience back there. So this is for you, student-led initiatives. So the question is to Professor Dr. Mini, Dean Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Jamia Millia Islamia. And specifically the question to you is, what can solar villages and low-cost healthcare tools teach us from scaling student-led social innovations?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have around 35 years of teaching experience, and it was very nice to hear, sparks from all of you, examples of student innovations and getting into products into the market. But from my experience over the last 35 years, supervising projects and evaluating projects of undergraduate, postgraduate, and even PhD, I think most of our students are not looking at realities. It's a fact, let us accept it. So if we put our efforts together to see that our projects are, focused, at least they are real life, could be implementable. So that mindset has to come among students and faculty, because faculty have to take the effort of choosing the proper projects, helping the students choose the right projects. Now, coming to my question, which you asked, these are again solar villages or low-cost healthcare tools developed by students. You know, wonderful examples I can cite from all my past experiences at Jamia Millia Islamia. I was director of NIT Trichy. So, you know, we have exhibition called Sangam, where students exhibit their innovations. And it's so wonderful. I used to wonder, how can you scale this up to the next level? So I think the efforts are being on with, you know, Startup India and a lot of other initiatives to bring it into the light. But there are wonderful initiatives by students, helped by the faculty, to solve societal problems. Because if you look at Solar Village and low-cost healthcare, it is solving societal problems. So let me just give you just one example. I'll finish with that. You know, forests. Now, all this climate change is happening because our forests are being destroyed. Forest fires, which is kind of not natural all the time. Then animals are coming out. I'm from Kerala. You know, every day somebody is killed by an elephant. Animals are coming out of the forest. Wood is being stolen from forests. Now, how can you prevent it? So a group of students, they developed, you know, an IoT-based solution where just two sets of sensors, one on top of the tree, one on the soil. So they can have motion, they can have the picture, they can have the vibrations, and they can, they tied up with an NGO, and that NGO has the monitoring system. So they know about forest fire, they know about if there is any intrusion, and if there is any wood cutting, is there any animal coming out, everything can be monitored. So can we scale this up to our other forests in the country? So student innovations are happening sporadically, but bringing it up and scaling it up, somebody has to take it up. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a great response specifically on the elephant, which is a real problem that you're mentioning. Although they are the beautiful, otherwise, we really look up to seeing elephants, But I just wanted to also share with everyone that if you look at the surge of, innovation in terms of new companies, startup, after COVID, we have approximately, I think now more than 1,17,000 and the numbers are going up. So a lot of startups that are coming from a very young age group. So I think every university through their incubators, and it need not be incubator all the time, it could be in the classroom. In fact, my dean from ILM, I can see you are sitting here, Professor Shamik, many of his students, they're working on a lot of innovative projects on such areas. So picking up such ideas on startup, because out of the startup, again, about 60-70% are all coming out of computer science related areas. So I think it's very interesting where India is today. So with that, I go to the participant. Professor Amit, you have been patiently sitting, coming all the way from ECFI Tech School, Dehradun. So my question to you specifically before we go to the last round is, would you like to highlight on partnerships or trainings with industry, obviously with the concept of institutional purpose, right? And how would you like to tell us that what you are doing at this university?
Good afternoon, everyone, and pranam. I want to share with you all, with all members, that we are doing a very good kind of good practice in two dimensions. The first dimension our institutional level, the second dimension in through our students. As you know, the ECFI group is our spirit is we have the 11 universities and 9 B schools. One thing is very good in our end, that one is our case center. What is the specialty of our case center? Our case center is considered as one of the finest case center in India, and our case studies are outsourced by the different IIMs and different companies. And the same thing we deliver in our classroom. And what is the best part of our case centers, that case studies, they are the contemporary challenges we take from the market and we study it and we deliver to our students. So this is the first part. Through it, we sensitize our students with the market challenges. And number two, second part of the, in entire India and pan India, which we do in our course curriculum, in our, complete, curriculum, BTech, we have, it is the two part. The first part is the approximately the 70% part. It is the, our classroom and, our lab work, and rest 30% part is with associated with internship. We have the two kind of internship. One is the, micro level, and second is the, complete semester internship. Okay, what we do in micro level internship, and it is our practicing from 2003, we are doing it, and this is very old practice in our complete ICFI system. In under micro level, we provide a 2-month internship to our students, and we provide them the challenges, right? And on the basis of those challenges, they do. Okay, and another thing which we are practicing right now, our complete, complete group on complete system, ICFI system, that we are providing our students seed money. And very good amount of seed money were delivered. In particular, if you take the example of the ICFI University Dehradun, last year we delivered the 50 lakh rupees as a seed money to our students. And I want to share one bit beautiful kind of example with all of you guys, that as you know that we are from the mountain region, from the Uttarakhand, so there are a lot of local challenges. And one of the best thing in Uttarakhand, that is the traditional knowledge. And all the traditional, they are not, registered or not, accommodated somewhere. But now our students, they are doing work, they are using AI, and they are using different new technologies to control, to collect those traditional knowledge. And another thing, which is very beautiful thing, we are also practicing the cross research. Like in our students, they are doing very good work in the AI, and they are associated with the students of the political science. And now they are doing, and they're trying to make a platform to find out the behavior, to trace the behavior of a country. Now, this is some practical examples which our students are doing for betterment of the society and betterment of the, for the different work. And the third important thing is that in our research, it is mandatory that you have to take, it is mandatory, it is not desirable. It is mandatory in ICFI University Dehradun that you have to take the research topic. It must address any one of the SDG goals. It may be the how to reduce the hunger, or how to reduce the different kind of inequality. It may be anything. And in India, as it is not quoted anywhere, that you must know that as per the Gartner Research Center, that in most of the research papers in India, approximately 80% research paper in complete India, they are addressing the SDG goals, knowingly, unknowingly. But we are doing. This is fact. And what is the best part of Indian education system? That really we are doing very good work. If you go to Globe, you'll find out, yes, we Indian institutions are doing good. We are struggling for the best. We're doing very good. And every university, XYZ, any university, any government university or private university or deemed university, everybody is doing very good work. And you'll see that after next 10 years, really will be that part of the best education policy of the world. This is from
Thank you. I think it's a great point. And for India, I think a round of applause for all the big strides that India is making, be it higher education or K-12 school education. And more specifically, now we have become a magnet for so many top class universities coming to India. As you know that the minister very recently announced, we have about 15 institutions from abroad coming to India in different parts of the country, which means there could be little more, collaborative research for the need for the earth. So coming back to the topic, and I'm taking the liberty to twist this discussion a bit, because they are all experienced experts. So the next question that I really want to ask is, rather than a question, I'm going to ask them, it's like a googly, that I'm going to ask them to share a best practice in their field, whatever they've chosen, to share with all of you. And if you have any questions, please note it down. We'll quickly entertain 1 or 2 questions from the audience as well. So maybe we start with Dr. Naveen. We'll come back to you, Amit.
Yes.
The best practice, any best practice that you want to share.
Okay.
And it could be over a couple of years, need not be today, yesterday.
There are so many best practices which are myself I am following in my organization. I am working this organization since 28 years, from 1998, since the inception. But during my experience, I have learned this thing. When you will hear the student seriously, the student will respect you. So my request or my suggestion to, I have seen so many teachers, they will tell us, okay, you go, let them go, leave it my room, leave it my room. So many, there are so many things, there are so many ways of dealing with the student. But what I have seen in my life of more than 25 years, if you will listen the student carefully and try to resolve the problem of a student, he will seriously think over it and he will seriously tell, sir, you will be the ideal of me. Because
so of course you have shared then a best practice as a teacher. So I understand
the best practice is that our students are in the Dehradun is a remote, not a remote area, it is a city, but the university is situated 20 kilometers away from the city, near Mussoorie. Between Mussoorie is 20 kilometers away from our university. So what the practice they are doing, we have prepared the student to learn by their own practice. What they are doing in their laboratory, they should implement their practice in the common society. We have adopted 5 villages nearby DIT University, and the activity what they are doing in the laboratory, they implement. Suppose the villagers.
Dr. Naveen, we have to move because the clock is ticking. So
Villagers.
I'll take from you is a lot of entrepreneurial, experiential learning. That is what you're doing, and a lot of peer learning that is happening where they do faculty and students. Now moving to, Professor here. Yeah, of course. If you tell us, Dr. Shan, the Vice Chancellor, Alliance University, any of the best practice that you would like to share?
Yeah, quickly 3 things. One, you can Google out. We have launched a program called as PhD VISTA, PhD Vista program. This is mainly for startups. What people doing PhD, they take a problem statement, work for 3 years, 4 years, submit a thesis and get the degree. So what I've done is a faculty supervisor plus a failed entrepreneur if he is available to ready to co-supervise along with the student, and we have set up a corpus fund of 10 crores as a revolving fund to support these people. Actually, we give stipend of 40,000 rupees per month in the first 2 years, and third year it gets increased. Along with that, we are giving the seed money for the prototyping also. You can just Google PhD Vista. And second one is at the undergraduate level and the postgraduate level. Coming to engineering, I'm not talking about other verticals. Coming to engineering, the PO6 or the program outcome 6 of NBA says that engineer and society. And we just tick, I don't know how many of you have done that very seriously, but one question was asked by Dr. Elizabeth Elias ma'am when she came as an NBA evaluator. How are you ensuring that all the courses in your curriculum is catering to engineering and society? And what we did is, nowadays we talk about blended learning, project-based learning. We told that every faculty should identify at least two mini or micro projects from the course which they are teaching related to the societal impact actually. And this also helping them to develop the same thing. The third one is, along with the engineering curriculum, we have kept apart 12 credits which is called as product development. Starting from first semester, it goes up to the 4th semester. First semester, the student studies on computational thinking and logic building. Second semester, design thinking and innovation. Third semester, social internship along with solving for Bharat. And in the fourth semester, social internship, when they are going, they will have to identify at least 4 problem statements from the society, bring it back, put it in the problem bank. Fourth semester, when they are coming up, they will have to go to the maker space, take one of the problem and complete it, and then go to the 5th semester. So these are 3 best practices. I'll be
Very
happy
good.
to share details with you after this.
I think this is wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Over to Dr. Senthil.
Yeah.
So just share your best practice, keep it crisp.
Yeah, we have 3 best practices which I want to impress here, which going to give an impact to the society. First one is Beautiful Mind program, where the idea of this Beautiful Mind program is student will come up with an innovative idea where the support from the different disciplines required, they work together. It's kind of an interdisciplinary program. From the project to practice will trained by the entire team, which we name it as design thinking and innovation. It starts from the 2nd semester. There they will empathize the thing, then it will they will make the prototype and they will go with the real-time application. I want to make some projects which we have done in that way. Sir started talking about the water. The biggest problem is actually a wastewater. Because wastewater, after 5 days only you can understand what kind of wastewater it is based on the BOD, since our chemistry professor can say that. See, after getting 5 days, the wastewater is going to be stagnant, that give all the damage already. So what we done with the Beautiful Mind program, student came up with an ideology. There is a sensor which touches the wastewater. Immediately it takes the physical properties. From there, they can able to use any AI tool to connect and correlate all other parameters, and it can be immediately transferred to the treatment plant. This was one of the ideology. Second, the ambulance, which is, we are always thinking of giving space when it comes to Gurgaon or Delhi NCR, it will be very tough to manage it. So there was an IoT ideology where student connected all the signals in one source. When the ambulance started coming, it will be identified automatically, and the way will be given based on that. This was made a product, and our students are patented it also in that way. So in that way, we started working on. The second one is the beautiful ideology which we project is buddy program. We give a buddy for everyone. Say we talking about advanced learner, slow learners, where in our university, every slow learner will be connected with an advanced learner, which is we called as buddy program. He handhold him from the first semester after the midterm, from there until to the subjects creation. We make based on a quality circle. Everybody, buddy's team or 3 will be there in one quality circle. End of the day, the best quality circle will be identified and given good rewards. The third one is the curriculum which we are talking about will give you a result and degree. But the ideology of social connect, which our MEP mentions.
Thank you. That was nice. Thank you. So now asking Ashokji, your journey from IPS to Vice Chancellor.
Yes,
and
please.
In your view, what have been your best practices that your university is currently taking up?
Yes, we planned a mission titled Mission Olympic 2036, because Olympics 2036, we have bid for 2036 Olympics. And I felt that when China took up the Olympics, they became number 1, world number 1, 2012 Beijing Olympics. And we are below 50. So if Olympics happen in India in 2036, we should not be below 50. At least we should be in the top 5. We should be in the sporting world superpowers. So to realize that dream, we have to start the mission now, because an athlete, if you want to make an Olympian out of him or her, needs 8 to 10 years of real hard work, not just plain coaching, which used to happen in our country. We need the support of all kinds of sports sciences, best of infra, best of trainers, best of sports sciences. So we planned it, designed it, and we made a scheme, projected it to the government, Haryana government. Haryana is otherwise also doing well. So we've kept a target of 7 to 70 for India and 4 to 36 Olympic medals for Haryana in 2036.
So for the youth of our country, a round of applause that we should get more medals. And for that, I think engineers, what difference can they make? So a lot of passionate
engineers can make a
here.
difference, because sports science and sports technology is a new field. Sports biomechanics, what angle you will throw, what body angle. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I mean, that's why I did it. So sports biomechanics, sports kinematics is a big, big field. So it is all engineering. That's how we come below 10 seconds in 100 meters. It's all, most of it is science. And the tragedy is our country has not been using science in sports. We are very new. All 12 universities have been announced in sports in India. 7 are working. Slowly it will come up. I was just reading a data, 80% of the athletes who get medals in Olympics are from universities. No, outside the country. The top, they are from the universities. We are producing nothing from universities. So the environment has to change. It has to become scientific and technological, more
I think with
advanced.
the flexible credit system and all of the new areas, a lot can be done where the universities can take up and these kind of credits can be given to students when they're taking up alternate careers. So that is also something there for the other general university which are maybe not focused on sports alone. So that
Yes,
could also,
general
that is
universities
also
can also
possible.
do. Yes, they can also give
So-
good support to sports persons.
Thank you so much. Moving on to Dr. Thomas. Would you like to share the best practices?
Yes, but I will stick to purpose-driven projects only because if I start sharing my best practices, it will take a long, long time. So purpose-driven projects, I still emphasize maybe being with all the experiences in government institutes. You know, the number of startups coming out of government institutes, I feel it's comparably less. I asked for reasons to many, I mean, I discussed it with many people. So one IIT director told me, Mini, close down your placement office. Automatically, startups will flourish. Okay, now coming to purpose-driven projects, how will we come out with purpose-driven projects? The best practice I want to share are two things we did. One is send my faculty to industry. Summer, we made sure that many faculty generally have no industry experience. So send them to industry. Go search for problems and come back. Why just make a project for nothing? Just for publishing papers or getting filed in the library. Go bring real life problems, solve it for the industry. So that's one best practice and it really produced results. And the second thing we did along the same lines was, you know, when you start a new academic session, keep aside one industry day. Bring industries to your campus with their problems. Flash the problems to your faculty and, you know, the senior students. The students and faculty can pick up problems and solve them with the industry help. So it serves a lot of purposes because industry will come, help you. They may even fund you and catch hold of your alumni. They'll be more than willing to come and discuss their problems with you. So for purpose-driven projects, these are the best practices we did and it worked wonders. Thank you so much.
I'll quickly go back to Amit. Do you have a mic there? Yeah. So if you could, you already shared one good practice about the cases at ICFI. Would you like to add on to one more quickly?
Yes, we do the one best practice that is, as you know, that in summer vacation, this is a 2 month or 2.5 months. So what we do, we delivered a project to student of the 2 credit, right? And what is the genesis of such kind of practice is that we press them that you just find out from a local, it is particularly I'm taking the example of the BTech students, you just find out the local challenges and prepare a document of complete challenge or complete problem, right? When they come back, then they give the presentation. On the basis of those challenges, they start to find out the solutions, because engineer means find out the solution and also find out the alignment, what is the reason of the problem. So this we do, and we are getting very good kind of responses from our students. This is, I think this is our best
Very
practice.
nice. So before I hand it over to you, I just wanted to add, because this whole thing of purpose, I wanted to share with everyone that IILM University, our entire motto is learn with purpose and lead with purpose. But said that we cannot do it alone. So what happens is, what I wanted to emphasize is we have to walk together. So forming a lead of best practices, collaboration with other universities and corporate world. So I see my young students of computer science today building robots and whatnot. I mean, a lot of innovations we see on campus. So to do that, we need to nurture them by getting the real knowledge from the industry. So I think the corporate readiness program is one such that at the university I see happening, where the industry mentors are not just for once, but it is across the 4 years that they spend at the university.
Thank you, pardon, ma'am. Since a lot of things came for faculty externship, I want to add 2 points here. See, this time, even our AICT announced.
I'll come back to you before he finishes. Our clock is here. So we'll come back to this just before his point.
Actually, I want to add, as Madam said, that industry collaboration is very important. So as at Bennett University, we have summer research internship for the students. And what we are trying to do, that we have the guides from Bennett University and we want the co-guides from the industry, so that a collaborative project, a student who are interested can do, they can have the experience of academia as well as industry. So this is the one thing which we have started from this year, and this summer it's ongoing, and we see that how the outcome comes. It's not only, as Madam said, a very true line, that as in academics we are rushing to publish papers. So it is very important to understand the problem statement. So we are guiding students to understand the problem, do some real-time projects, so that it will be useful for them when they are when they are getting placed in some of the top MNCs.
Thank you so much. So last, any question from the audience? Anybody want to share any insight? We still have 4 minutes. Anyone? Please. We want to check whether you've been listening to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now open for a quick Q&A session. Please keep it in mind that your questions are relevant to this particular panel discussion only. Or maybe on the brighter side, the takeout would be that it was quite a productive discussion and nobody has any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all. It was a pleasure. Maybe you share your last point that he has to share when we'll end it.
Thank you so much. Actually, ideologies for faculty externship, now the things are completely changed. Even the universities and colleges are understanding that practical implication is most important. So they have started bringing the company inside. First point. Second point, now even AICT also started doing the same. This time they introduced a scheme called faculty externship. Faculty can go and work 1 year in an industry. For that, AICT is paying 75,000 rupees salary and 25,000 will be paid by the company, and faculty can work there and come back to their real college. So it's going to be a good initiative.
Thank you very much. And I really thank each one of you. And it has been a great experience, and it was a very meaningful discussion and a happy afternoon, all said by Business World Engineering Conclave. Thank you very much, and namaskar to all.
Could I please encourage the biggest panel of BW Engineering Conclave to kindly come forward and join us for a quick picture. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the 5th edition of the BW Education Presents BW Engineering Conclave, Engineering Excellence Conclave. Well, I'm certain throughout the day, आप सभी ने बहुत सारे pictures या videos click की होगी. In case you're planning on posting any of these pictures, videos, or any comments related to today's event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag BW Engineering Conclave. With the same, this is your host, Sahib Jeet Kaur, on behalf of BW Business World, saying goodbye, thanking you all for your time, for your valuable insights, hoping to see you for the 6th edition. Thank you and good evening. Also, I'm certain we've all had quite the day.
Kindly, before taking your leave, join us for a quick cup of coffee or tea. Thank you very much.
To state-of-the-art labs and projects that spark innovation. The school is a building engineering aspirants, offering undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctorate programs in diverse disciplines. specialization programs are offered to curriculum advisory and design, expert lectures, delivery, placement assistance, and centers of excellence by industry and knowledge provide access to advanced resources and insights into the latest industry trends. Spaces for a perfect blend of academics, research, and innovation support to fuel your engineering dreams. Using modules carefully crafted source and career development center ensures that you walk out with soft skills and personality. Internships are the cornerstone of understanding of the chosen field. Open the holistic approach towards providing the academic experience of a lifetime has brought much deserved recognition to the school. Like challenges are quite inspirational for us as our alumni and seniors have won. For those with their hearts set on foreign education, articulation agreements, and students to complete the second half of the degree at their campus. Let your engineering aspirations stay flat at the School of Engineering and